Goonhammer has partnered with Legalized Mischief to present you with Colin Ward's long-form painting videos. Like and subscribe, and follow Legalized Mischief and Goonhammer for more hobby tutorials.
Hey everyone, it's Colin with Legalized Mischief Productions. Thank you for joining me and welcome. And today we're going to be starting a new tutorial series where I will be painting a Sisters of Battle Castigator battle tank. And I'll be doing it in the livery of my own custom order, which is Order of the Gilded Cilice. And the color scheme for the tank is going to be a white, majority white tank with obviously a lot of detailing, a lot of filigree. One of the things that's really exciting about painting Sisters of Battle is just how ornate everything is. Obviously, it's an army that requires a lot of attention to detail, a lot of time. So with this tank, we're going to try and kind of thread the needle between getting it painted well, and really being happy with the outcome, but also not spending 25-30 hours on a single tank. I think that would probably be a little bit excessive, and this is definitely not going to be a 30-hour tutorial series. So what I have here, I have the tank in sub-assemblies, and as always, we're going to do just the first little video is going to be kind of talking about what direction we want to go in, kind of mapping things out, and then the next video we'll get out the airbrush and start laying down some base coats. So I've recently finished Junith Arusha. I can't say her last name. Junith, the Floating Pulpit Sisters character, and I'm bringing this in because I want to show the color palette for Order of the Gilded Cilice. You can see her gold armor. It's basically like Celestine. So gold armor, white fleur-de-lis, kind of these red capes. Red really isn't going to come in to the Castigator that much. Some black, this patina copper here. I'm kind of obsessed with, so we're going to try and work that in on the tank in various areas, and we'll talk about that. And then the white. So it's really similar to, you know, like my Blood Angels palette, because I love painting it. So gold, white, red, and black are the main colors. Some bone, obviously, bone and parchment. And then the Verdigris offsets it all really, really nicely without kind of taking over the miniature. And it's super fun to paint, and I love it. I'm kind of obsessed with it. So, and the flames. The flames are super fun, too. The Battle Sisters themselves, like we have the gunner here. She'll have gold armor with a black corset, black leather gloves, and then the red will be just on her tabard and sleeves here, her kind of underrobes. The rest of the armor will be gold with the white inquisitorial kind of winged symbol, and the fleur-de-lis on her shoulder. And then, of course, the face mask will also be white with, I think, turquoise eye lenses is going to be the way to go for the gunner that's coming out of the turret. So, Castigator Battle Tank is based on the Rhino chassis. This is a really cool model. As you can see, I rattle cam primed, and it's a little uneven. So I'll probably come back in with a little bit of airbrush primer before I start doing the base coats. But it was like 28 degrees yesterday when I was priming, so day before yesterday. One of these broke in half during priming. I don't know what happened to it, which is disappointing, but if it broke that easily, it was going to happen. it was going to happen eventually. I'd rather it happen before I painted it. And then, you know, stuff happens. We'll just paint those, weather those. But the hull from the tank is going to be white. These little statues here, these inset statues, is a great opportunity to do a bunch of verdigris and copper. The little filigree, definitely in gold. And then the turrets, whoops, turn that out, that was upside down. The sponsons, rather, come off the side, and there's a heavy bolter in each sponson on the side. Casings for the heavy bolters will be black with, I think the back part of this, actually, I'll do white. The majority of the casing I'll make white. And then just the front part of the heavy bolter here, the actual heavy bolter part back here, I'll do black. That I think would look pretty cool. So we'll see how that goes. But I left those off obviously so I can paint the guns easier. We have the back area here. This is going to be a lot of fun to do. We have some verdigris on the statues here. Maybe just these 3 insets. We could do all copper, or even just this whole thing. We could just do as like one copper piece, paint the hinges in silver and the filigree in gold. That's an option. But we will, I think that's a pretty good idea, actually. And then again, of course, the statues on this side. The turret, same thing, is going to be painted white. We have more statues here. Now, I could do like a gold trim and then the verdigris on the inside, but putting that gold and copper next to each other with the verdigris and everything, I'm not sure how exactly I want to work that out, but I'll think about it. More statues, more detailing here. And then the turret, of course, all this trim work here will be gold. And then the battle cannon barrel, not magnetized. I didn't magnetize it just because I only have one of these so far. If I really want, if down the line, if I really want to do something else, I can get another one and magnetize it. Or I don't see running a bunch of these. I like the other tanks too much, the Immolator and the Exorcist. This is kind of my third favorite tank of the 3. So, but if I do have to paint a couple more, I'll be super happy because it's a dope model. So, very similar to, like, you know, Space Marine Predator. So barrel obviously just be, you know, silver, steel kind of colored. And to keep it pretty straightforward. You got the little, my vocabulary is just failing me today. Hatch here, and the gunner goes in. She has a storm bolter coming out the top. But overall, it's just a great looking tank. And then for the turret, we have these little boxes with this little filigreed cages. These are going to go on the side of the turret as well. Those will probably be black with the gold filigree, white fleur-de-lis. We can sort that out as we get to that stage, which, I mean, those are like the pretty simple considerations. And then the things I'm actually really looking forward to painting are these exhausts that go on the side of the tank. There are 4 of them. They all have flames. You can either have coals or you can have actual flames coming out. I like the flames. I think they're rad. I think they are iconic for Sisters, and I'm going to put them wherever I can, whenever I can, on my Sisters of Battle models. My blinds are just letting me down right now, but that's okay. We're almost done. I also wanted to do a tutorial on the flames because it's not a really super hard thing to do to get good looking flames like that. It takes a little bit of patience, but I think it looks really good. So first things first, what we're going to do is airbrush some base coats. We're going to get the white down on the hull and the turret and the little pieces for the sponsons and everything. And then we're just going to work through each element to finish them off. Probably knock out the gunner pretty quick. It's a half a sister's model. So we can knock out the gunner pretty quick. We can knock out the little bits for the turret pretty quick. The heavy bolters. And you can see, just work your way through. Oh, and we have this really cool Hunter Killer Missile, which is like pretty much the coolest Hunter Killer Missile ever. So I'm looking forward to painting that. And then typically what I'll do is I'll work on all the little ancillary side pieces. I'll do like these separate. These will just be airbrushed, you know, bronze, and then detail, right? And then we'll come back, finish off the actual tank itself. As far as weathering goes, that way when we finish off the tank, the actual tank chassis, we just glue everything together and the model's done. That's what I would like to do. So I think that's going to be the approach. As far as weathering goes, I'm not doing a ton of weathering on the sisters units. I'm not going to be doing a lot of chipping, and they're not going to be super dirty. I mean, the Verdigris is more of like an atmospheric kind of long-term weathering effect. But I mean like chipping and grime and things like that. I don't really want to go too far with that stuff. I will be doing blood splatter and stuff on units like Arcoflagellants, Repentia, Mortifiers, things like that are really going to be brutal, like in-your-face units. The gold armor from the sisters doesn't really lend itself well to weathering, so if I have a bunch of heavily weathered, you know, vehicles and stuff like that, and then you go to the mainstay of the army, which is all the sisters, and they're not weathered, it looks a little incongruous. So in general, I'm going to defer to not being overly weathered. That being said, we're going to add some atmospheric weathering. So what I anticipate is doing my kind of standard 3-color white, cold white, to go on the tank, and then doing a Payne's Gray oil pin wash over the rivets and everything. Just get everything really nicely lined out, super clean. And then we'll obviously be doing sand, kind of sandy pigments and stuff on the tracks, a little dusting, you know, on the front kind of part of the tank, kind of the back here, the lower bit here, like it's just been driving through dust. And then obviously some scorching on the barrel and things like that. But in general, I'm not really going to be doing a lot of, maybe a tiny bit of chipping around the front or around the wheel wells and stuff like that. Or not wheel wells, but the track guards and things. Maybe a tiny bit, but not much at all. I don't want to have really kind of weathered up tanks with, you know, what really is going to be like pristine infantry. I just think it'll look weird. So that's the plan. That's going to be the plan going forward. I'm really excited to paint this model. I think, you know, white is always challenging, but I have like a system that I really enjoy doing. And then, you know, it'll be a nice exercise in brush control with painting all the filigree. Painting around white without ruining the white is always a huge challenge. So that's the plan. I hope you're excited for the tutorial series. I know I am. When we come back for part 2, then we're going to get out the airbrush and we're going to start laying down a bunch of base coats. And I can't wait. We are going to be starting to paint the Adepta Sororitas Castigator battle tank. And we're going to start with the largest portion, which is going to be the white base coat for all of these elements. So obviously the hull of the tank, turret of the tank, the hatch on top of the turret is also going to be painted white, as are the mounts for the heavy bolter sponsons. So 2 of those. Very important to, you know, do this side up on the sponsons. And the heavy bolter casings, I want to paint these the majority white as well. And then we'll just paint the heavy bolter, and maybe this plate will be a little different. But the rest of this I kind of want to be white. So do that, do one of these. And then the little... these go on top of the heavy bolter, hold it in the spots in. I can't think of the lenses. That's what I'm looking for. I think one of the... Okay. This is just poster tack that I can just kind of pull a little piece off. Oops, sorry about that. Pull a little piece off the poster tack, put it on an old paint pot. And since these are going to be, it's this part. If you've ever done like a Space Marine vehicle with sponsons or an Imperial Guard vehicle with sponsons, this is how those go. So this part goes up here. I love that it has kind of that buttress look there. Not buttress, but it mirrors the headlights and the weapon ports. It's all kind of in that gothic aesthetic. It's perfect. So I can just put these in here. Those are going to be quick, but obviously I can't hold them with my hand while I paint them. So, and then I think I want the body of the Hunter Killer missile, because this is going to get mounted back here. Like so. I think I want the body of this to be white as well. The wings can be gold. Maybe I want the body of this to be gold. And then I'll paint the wings white. I'll paint the fleur-de-lis white. I can just do an easy little gold band on there. Red missile maybe. Maybe that'll be good. Help it stand out a little bit, but not too much. So we're going to go with gold. So we'll do that at the same time that we do the half-sister of battle. So, you know, stay tuned for that. So here we are, the standard white recipe. I've done this before. I will do it again. This is what I do for white. Game color somber gray, game color wolf gray, Vallejo model color white. For brush painting white, I have changed to AK white from their 3.0 acrylic range, their new 3rd generation AK. They're just more opaque. Vallejo model color white has been my go-to for like 6 years. But they changed their formula recently and it's a little thin. So it's a little bit more transparent than their old recipe. So I still use it for airbrushing, and because I still have a bunch of it, but I still use this for airbrushing. It's still really good, but for brush painting, I've switched. So here we go with the somber gray, and this is going to be an overall base coat. Oh, come on. There we go. And now this is not easy. This may accidentally look easy, but this is not easy. I'll link another... I think I've done this a couple times. A couple different tutorials. One with Legio Defensor, and one just how I paint cold white for power armor. Both those videos are the same recipe, but this is not easy. These paints airbrush really well, so that helps make it look easy, but typically what I'm going to want to do is, I mean, I'd love to nail this the first time. It almost never happens, except in the Defensor tutorial it happened, but the goal, I'm going into it assuming that I'm going to have to work this progression twice. And what I mean by that progression is this 3-color base coat mid-tone highlight. The majority of it is actually going to be wolf gray. The white is the highlight, and then we use pure white as an edge highlight as well. But wolf gray will probably be like the most surface area for this. So you can see how nice and buttery smooth that goes on. And that's just thinned with a little bit of water. The somber gray. Somber gray is a great paint. You can use it for edge highlighting. You can use it for airbrushing. I hope they don't mess with their game color range the way they mess with their model color range, because that would be tragic. Because it wasn't just white, and one of the reasons I use model color is because of their consistency over the years. I can paint an army, and I know when I go back and get model color 3 years later, it's going to be the same color and consistency and opacity and all that, and that's no longer the case, which is really a shame. They fucked it up. So base coat. We're gonna don't worry about that. Let that dry. Let that dry. Oop. Little targeting, and then just come back here real quick before we move on to the actual tank itself. Finish that base coat, and I'm just gonna hold the turret from down here. I don't really worry about the underside of things too much, but since those angle up a bit, I will get under there just briefly, even though it's not really going to matter, but leaving them black just in case. I just want to cover that base, but that'll be the last that we see of the underside of anything, of the turret. It's just a waste of time. Nobody cares if the underside of your turret is painted or not. And, of course, the tank. I love this. I don't have to do... I love how well this paint covers over black. Like, I don't have to do multiple passes. I don't have to do multiple coats. This gray just... covers. And you'll notice from the first video when I was talking about kind of the unevenness of the primer, you'll notice I didn't go back and kind of fix that, and I did that for a couple reasons. One, I just didn't want to. Two, I don't really think it's necessary with this particular scheme, and because one, there's already like even if it's not perfectly even and completely covered, there's still some whisper of primer between the plastic and the acrylic paint. But also this is and this could 100% I realize come back to bite me in the ass down the road. And if it does, feel free to commiserate with me, say, hey, you should have listened to your own advice. But one of the ways it could... So the reason that I chose not to is because I didn't want to. It's kind of a pain to just do on this one project. This base coat, this somber gray base coat goes on so well and so evenly and so completely that I didn't really feel it was necessary. I knew that this was going to cover beautifully and take care of most of all of the issues that we were having with the kind of little unevenness in the primer. No big deal. And then also because it is not a very kind of... I'm not going to be weathering this. I'm not going to be doing an overall oil wash. It's not a really intense weathering scheme with like oils and enamels and stuff. So it doesn't really need to be... It doesn't need to be very robust is the word I'm looking for. Whereas with like the Desert Camo Blood Angels or you know, the My Feral Knights or something like that, where I'm going to be doing, you know, an overall oil wash, multiple oil washes, something like that, definitely needs to be robust. Otherwise, I risk paint just peeling off the plastic. But because I'm only going to be doing like a very light pin wash on this model, it's not... I don't know. It's just not really worth it. It's a judgment call at that point. So we're going to work through this. I'll return because I think I trailed off because I'm under medicated today. But talking about working the progression twice. The progression, the base coat wash highlight, or base coat wash highlight, that's typical. Base, mid, high. We do it the first time. Typically it's not perfect. And so we usually just thin everything down and go back and do it a second time. So I'll do like somber gray. This is Vallejo Game Color Wolf Gray for the mid, and this will be kind of the majority. And then the high will be the white. If the blends aren't what I want them to be, if it's not looking how I want it to, I can thin, or if I obliterate the shadows in certain areas, or if I overspray in certain areas, I just thin down the somber gray, go back, boom, hit the shadows again. Sometimes if I overdo that, then I have to come back with the wolf gray, and then I got to reset the highlights. So we can go back and forth. We can do this multiple times, and it'll be fine. And that's how you get the really, really, really smooth blends, is you can either thin it all to hell and do like 6 or 7 layers, which ain't nobody got time for that, or you can just work the progression twice, which also takes time, but I think it takes less time than trying to do, you know, 9,000 layers of different colors. So I try to go in the same kind of order of pieces just so I keep track of everything and just kind of muscle memory. So the inside of this obviously is not going to be that highlighted. I'll talk about panel modulation when we get to the turret and the hull of the tank itself. But here basically I want the top front to be highlighted, and then if I grab this, I'm going to spray straight down. I'm not going to do taping because it takes time, and typically with the angle of the airbrush I can get a lot of what I want to get done. I can get done with just angling the brush rather than taping. So because I angled the brush and I'm spraying straight down like that, when we flip it on its side, we have a nice clean edge where the casing, the heavy bolter casing, ends. where they're just different panels. There's 3 different panels: the top panel, corner panel, side panel. And then we're going to do the lower part of the side panel here. Get a little bit of modulation on there. And there it's starting to look like a thing. Same thing over here. Angle this down. I just sprayed some water on that. I'm not sure where that came from, but thanks for that, airbrush. Nice contribution to the scheme today. Jerk. And then a little modulation there. Not as good as the other side, but pretty close. Now with the... Oh, son of a gun. Shit. I did the underside of these, and I forgot to go back and flip them over and do the top. So... that's a bummer. So I'm just going to finish out, because I'm not going to obviously waste all the paint in this cup. I'm going to finish out doing the wolf gray and everything else, and then I'll do that part off camera and come back. Bummer. Okay. The front of this thing is where the triangles are, so the Gothic arches. This, since it's going to be top down, is going to be pretty much all wolf gray. But I do want to keep it darker on the inside, because that's obviously where the gunner is going to be. These, we just keep it towards the top as much as possible. A little bit of modulation there, but nothing too crazy. God, I'm bummed about that. Anyway, so now we get to the fun part, which is panel modulation. So this is going to be, and I'll link below, I'll link the tutorial for the repulsor and the redemptor, where I talk about grayscale highlighting and panel modulation. There are a couple videos on it. So on the top, we want the highlight to be towards the edge, but we also want dark next to light. So it's kind of intuitive, counterintuitive. As we go down, we want this highlight to be towards the bottom, and then we get a nice shaded panel here with the highlight towards the bottom, the highlight towards the outside. Then when this goes on top of the tank itself is darker in the middle, lighter to the out, and then dark to light top to bottom. And you'll see what I mean as we work our way through. But first things first, we also want to keep in mind that the hatch is going to cover a bunch of that as well. So, and you can see a little bit of spatter on the back of the turret there. Not ideal. That's not what we want. We want nice smooth blends. Angling. So if I'm angling away from me and spraying kind of sideways on top of the turret, I can have that do a lot of work for me. You see there? So you get that nice clean line. And then I can spray the back of this because I know I'm going to paint it gold. And then we just kind of leave a nice little darker circle there for the turret to have a little bit of shadow. Oops. But I know I'm painting the back of this gold. I know I'm painting this trim part here gold. So I can I have a little bit of leeway with that. Here I want to do these kind of Gothic elements in white, and then from the top down get the front of the panel as well. Damn it. Well, that's a good learning opportunity. So I oversprayed onto this panel. I wanted a little bit more control. I got a little sloppy. You can see from the front, shading's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's not what I'd like it to be. So let's get a little bit more. This wolf gray is pretty thin today, so here we go. So it's pretty good. You see this shadow line here fades out to the higher. Same thing up here. That looks really good. And then you see how I was careful on this side where I have this panel looks pretty clean, but then you turn it and this panel has overspray on it. We're going to fix that in the second progression, okay? So for right now, all we're going to concentrate on is just nailing this progression as well as we can. Keeping this maybe 2/3, maybe 3/4 wolf gray, 1/4 somber gray. The somber gray is really, it can really overpower the entire scheme. If you let it, it'll look dark gray. But we want it to look white because the white's even further from that somber gray. So you probably want about 75% wolf gray, 25% somber. And we're doing those back parts, even though I'm pretty sure I'm going to paint most of it in that verdigris copper. Parts that are left behind or left gray or white, I still want to be properly shaded. That just gives me more flexibility in case I change my mind about something. Then I don't have to mess with the shading at all down the line. And then of course head on, we're just going to do top to bottom highlighting as well. And that part's done. There we go. And now when it comes to the tank, I have a little cards that I cut up out of paper stock, card stock, so a little bit thicker than like normal paper. This is what I'm going to use to get kind of sharp edges on this if I can't just angle my brush. So first things first, you just get along the back here and spray towards that corner. Spraying away, angling down, and then that gives me, you see how nice and crisp that is over there. It's perfect. Outside of the top here. And then as I get towards the front of the tank, I'm going to spray away from myself again. And here I can even use a little bit of, I want to protect that a little bit. So even if I'm spraying aggressively kind of away from myself, I can use this card to kind of protect elements on the front that I want to kind of go back to. This is where this is going to get a little bit tricky, is with all these little extra pieces. Rhinos, much easier. Repulsors, where you can leave all this stuff off, much easier, but I feel like you don't paint Sisters of Battle if you want an easy army to paint. If you're looking for an easy army to paint, this is not the one. I'm going to go out there and say it right now. So nice, even. This is the top of the vehicle, so obviously it's going to be a little bit more evenly kind of shaded, and then we're going to come down and do a little bit more on the other areas. So first things first, always the top corner of this, always leaving that shadow gray, or that somber gray rather, in the corner. Probably still gonna have to come back. We'll come back probably deep in the shadow around the turret, but for now I think we're okay. And you can see even these are oversprayed a little bit, but this is where this card is going to come into handy. So I can't really angle this, and a airbrush sprays in a cone. It sprays like this, right? It doesn't spray flat, like straight lines. So instead of doing all this taping and hullabaloo and all this nonsense, I just get a card, I stick it just right on the line that I want to shade, and there we go. Voila. I can shade the middle of this without a card, and then come down here, hit the line, hit the paint, done. Now we have that nice panel modulation on these kind of stepped. I could use a card with an even edge. My goodness, there it is. There we go. Middle of that panel. That panel there. Pull it up. This is going to go top to bottom, dark to light as well. Same with the little outside bits of the... There we go. And it is counterintuitive. What it's meant to be is like the light reflecting off the ground and going back up onto just the ambient light reflecting off the ground. It's a military modeling technique. It takes a minute to kind of wrap your brain around and get used to, but it does kind of make sense. And it looks right is the important thing. So because this part here was in the way, we have some funky shading on the front of this. So real gently just going to come in again with the card. Try and get that without too much overspray. That looks pretty good. A little bit of overspray, but we're definitely coming back to adjust. Now that I know for a fact that I have to come back and adjust with the somber gray, I can get a little more loose with it with the wolf gray. Name of expedience. So I might just do this whole thing with the Verdigris. So I'm just going to hit that corner real quick. So the important thing here is to not kind of truck this Gothic arch weapon housing here. I want to leave some shade just down there in the corner. That's going to get some gold trim on it too. So that looks pretty solid. Coming through here, again, kind of in the middle. These middle rhino panels I never really know what to do with, so I just end up just kind of shading them generally kind of in the middle, and it seems to work out okay. I think this whole panel I'm going to do Verdigris. Just have it be a spot color and have it look fucking cool. And also, I think some of this stuff in here and some of this stuff in here. I'm super obsessed with that Verdigris right now, and it's going to be a great tie-in color just across the army, so I'm always looking for opportunities to use it. And I think these big sections, like something like that, is just a really easy, nice way to do that. Flip this up and spray straight down on that front bumper area. So that's always a nice line to get on this tank as well. Nice thing about painting the same kind of army over and over again, or the same aesthetic over and over again, is you really do learn, spend less time having to make decisions and figure shit out, which makes your painting more efficient and more effective, really. Ignore the shading on that, but the front of the tank looks damn good now. Look at that. That is a nice looking tank so far. Back looks really good. We just got the sides. And we're not going to follow the armor panels, so this is a little counterintuitive as well. We're not really going to follow the armor panels. We're more going to follow just the ground line and kind of where we want to, how high we want to take this highlight. Those I'll probably do. Maybe I'll Verdigris that. No, it's such a soft metal. I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I might just leave it how it is. But I wanted to kind of come right to the top of the sponson, because this is going to go here. So on this side, same thing. Anytime you're spraying a light color over a dark color, you're going to get spatter. And so that's why when people try and do like zenithal highlighting with black and white, they're, oh, there's so much spatter. Well, yeah, the white's really going to show up on the black. If you used a dark gray and then a lighter gray and then white, you're not going to have the same kind of problem. But the issue that ends up coming up when doing this scheme is how much spatter is in that somber gray. That's like one of the main issues. Let me just do that there real quick. one of the main issues with this scheme. And actually, I'm going to go... I want to eliminate... I want to soften this angled... God, I wish this kit went together a little better. Look at that. Look at those lines. That's the other kind of annoying part about doing a light scheme. So I'm actually... I may go back... No, where are we? That angled panel there, I want to kind of eliminate... I don't want that to be like a dark gray. I want that to be a lighter gray. So, mission accomplished. All right. I'm going to do that. I'm going to repeat... I'm going to fix these two sponson pieces real quick and then do that off camera because that's just going to be the same thing with the somber gray and wolf gray. And then when we come back, we'll do the white highlights. And then we'll come back and see if we can get away with just kind of pushing some shadows or if we want to work the entire progression again. Honestly, it will depend on how well I do the shadows without kind of fucking up. So, which is always, a distinct possibility. Oops, let's move that out of spray range. So like if I go back and push the shadows and it looks good and I don't make mistakes and I don't overwhelm the model, then sometimes I don't have to work the whole progression. Sometimes I can just come back and work the shadows again because I've obliterated the shadows. Sometimes I have to come back and do the whole thing again. It just depends on if I'm having a good day with the airbrush and, if I don't mess it up. So, but going into it knowing, the biggest thing, like just from a mindset perspective, is going into it knowing that I'm going to need to do it multiple times. That I'm probably, I go in and I never go into it thinking, okay, I'm going to nail this. This is going to be great the first time, because it's not. So, or, one out of every probably 20 or 30 times I do this white, I'm just like, oh yeah, that looks great the first time. Every other time I have to go back and like adjust something. And that's true even when I'm painting, colors that aren't white. I'm painting my Blood Angels and stuff. I always have to go back. And it's just, it puts a lot, one of the things that really helps about it for me is it puts a lot less pressure on the initial pass. I don't have to try and get a perfect blend. I don't have to try and get a perfect kind of shadow highlight the first time going through. When I'm initially painting, I'm not like, oh, I messed this up. Fuck, I suck. It's just, oh, okay, well, I'll have to come back with the shadow. No worries. I said I was going to do that off camera, and then I got to talking and did it on camera. So we're just going to roll with it. And with the sponsons, I want them to be darker, closer to the hole, and lighter further away. So that's why I painted those the way that I did. Let me check the time. Make sure I don't... Okay, I'm cutting it a little close, but I think we might be able to get it done. I have to go pick up my kids. So, Vallejo Model Color White. And this, as they say, is where the magic happens. And then white's going to be used, pure white's going to be used also as the edge highlight. So, keep that in mind. Always spray on your arm. Make sure everything's working properly. And then kind of the outside of this. Where's that? There we go. Nice and even. See how buttery that white goes on. I love it. Love it. And make sure to get a little bit on those kind of raised elements there. I want those to definitely be white, even though I'll be coming back and edge highlighting them. I definitely want those to be white as well. Front part of the hatch and the outside and front part of the doors. A little bit behind her, but not much. And then kind of the sides of the doors as well. The back part of that we'll leave mostly. I'll just give a little touch. And then here we're going to take this and we're going to go. Oops, I forgot the front of that. That's okay. Just hit it with the white. Stick at the front. And then all the way down the top like that. And then we're going to come in to like the bottom half of that white as well. So now we have a nice cool white, which will offset the warm gold and red of the main kind of armor of the scheme and the main cloth of the scheme. And then you have the cool, excuse me, then you have the cool, cool white and cool blue Verdigris. I'm not even bothering with this because this gun's going to be sitting in there like that. You're never going to see it. So, fucking not worried about it. Now we have these two little sights here. There we go. Got those. The white actually just takes like the least amount of time. I don't know. Airbrushing vehicles is so fun. Probably why I have so many vehicles on my wish list for this army. I just love painting them. Don't have too many in my Blood Angels army. I mean, I have a fair bit, but not a ton. Probably also why Talarn is on my list of projects that I'd love to do. Because that is, of course, mostly tank-based. So, there we go, just going along the side of this. You can see now we're really starting to get a nice blend there from top to bottom. Nice shading. Everything's coming up Millhouse. Stay near the front of those Gothic arches. Airbrush is starting to get a little feisty, but again, maybe half the panel white. There we go. Now looking at the front of this, clearly that side is more highlighted than this side. We want to try and fix that. There we go. That's better. That's more even. That's looking good. This is what I love about painting. So like we have, oh yeah, look at the nice, blends and this and that, looking great. This part will probably all be metallic back here. That's why I haven't painted it. And then boom, it's just like gray. And that's pretty much how that's going to stay for the rest of the life of this model. Unless after assembling it, I notice something like egregious, in which case then, I can fix it at that point, but odds are. Like if you turn my Mastodon over, it's like primer. I just don't paint. I don't paint the underside of vehicles, and I don't paint all the stuff that that nobody's ever going to see. I just don't see the point. I'm not one of those. Not one of those people. I used to be, but that just takes too much time. So, not one of those people that's like, oh well, I'll know that it's not painted. Which is fine if you are. Like, I know it's not painted. I just don't care. So, in the time it could take me to paint a quarter of a tank that you can't see, I could paint a quarter of a different tank that you can see. So I'd rather have more models painted than a quarter of a tank that you're literally never going to put eyeballs on ever. So that's just my thinking. Nothing wrong with doing it the other way, of course. However you want to hobby. Have fun with it. I won't judge you. There we go. Now we get this fun little corner right there. That little... Oh, this is not how I would recommend necessarily doing this, but one of those do as I say, not as I do moments. But it ended up working. Sometimes if you hold this like a couple millimeters away from something, you get a fuzzier line. But if there's like a big drop off or something like that, you're not necessarily going to notice. You can kind of fudge it like that to where you don't need the most crisp line in the history of lines. You just need to protect it a little bit. So these gothic headlights, and then spray straight down on the front like so. Carry that over above the tracks. Okay. And then the bottom of the front here. Nice and even. There we go. There we go. The bottom of that just in case. And then get the back. Like that. Come in here. Come in there. Middle of that panel. Middle of that panel. Almost forgot the triangle. Very important part that sometimes I forget to do, but it's very important to get the top corners of that triangle shaded like that. Oh, and then I gotta come erase the angle panel here. Get the angle panel there. There we go. And now here we're really doing like the bottom half in kind of a straight line all the way across. There we go. Same thing over here, maybe 2/3. But you can see I'm holding the brush away and I'm kind of doing a quick spray a little bit higher up. I want to try and blend that nice and evenly. So now you can see, looking pretty strong. Looking pretty strong. I am pretty happy with this overall. I'm just going to come back and tighten up some of this area with the white here, because the white is more transparent, so sometimes you got to come back and just give it a little extra, just to, because these panels I'm not going to revisit. I'm not coming back to these panels if I can help it. I'll come back with like the somber gray, but I really don't want to come back with this white. Sometimes you have to come through and do it twice to get a really nice bright white, because it's not gonna overpower that wolf gray kind of automatically. But that also helps us get a really nice blend, which is what we're after all, at the end of the day. Okay, got those, got that. This is looking pretty strong. I might just do another little pass on the outside here, just to make sure that I have a nice vibrant. Base. I'm just kind of using up the paint in the cup at this point too. Really want to get the top of that weapon. Well, I have an Exorcist tank that I got in a trade that is assembled. That is going to be a special kind of challenge. That's going to be a lot of brushwork. Because like I won't get to leave the other elements like the stacks and the gunner and stuff like that. Although I think the crew is off on that one, but there are things that I won't be able to leave off, obviously, because it's already assembled. It's assembled well, but it's just this model, or really just, you know, vehicles in general, always better to do it in sub-assemblies if possible. I'm also not in a hurry to play with this army, so if I assemble it and it's in sub-assemblies for a few months, it's not a big deal. Oh my god, I gotta go. Scheiße. Alright. So this is a very, very thin somber gray here. And we're going to come and just kiss the top of the shadow here. Boom, boom, boom. And you can see that really helped define that shadow. And this is just using the angle of the... Oof, I don't know. There we go. There we go. Leave the turret bit out there. Maybe a little bit on the hinges here. Definitely want to hit the back part of this real quick. Oh, that was too much. God damn it. That's really what I wanted to do, but you can see how much more I did on that. That was way too much. That's disappointing. Okay. There we go. I should be careful here. So, angling this totally up, I'm just going to come just very gently and hit the top of that, like so, like that, and then really like this. Oops. This line here is really key. And then just straight on the top there. Also very key. And I think that's pretty good. And a little bit under the turret there. And I think that's pretty good. And then I'm just gonna, last thing, I'm just gonna show you what I'm gonna do on that sponson that I did way too much. There we go. I'll water that down a little bit. This is the Wolf Gray, again very watered down, and then I can come in right there, kind of even that out a little bit, and then on this sponson, kind of reestablish a lot of that mid-tone there, and then like that's good. We can see it on the tank. That looks good. That looks natural. Happy with that. We'll knock that down just a touch with the thin wolf gray. Knock it down just a touch. Alright, and we're good to go. So that is pretty good. Almost an hour, but that is a lot of the work. As far as the airbrushing goes, next time we come back, we will do some airbrushing on the other extraneous bits, the exhausts and the other little bits that we have for the tank. But for under an hour, I'm super stoked with that. I'm really happy with how the paint is looking so far, how the panel modulation turned out. These elements are going to be really nice when you get them on the actual tank. We can start to see this really come together. We're going to be doing part 3 of the Adepta Sororitas Castigator Battle Tank tutorial. And where we're at now, we have the main body of the tank kind of blocked off. Ooh, I should have painted the tracks first. That would have been a good idea. Okay. Typically what I do when I paint Rhino chassis vehicles is I'll airbrush the tracks a metallic first, and then I'll just put Tamiya tape just straight down the tracks. 10mm wide Tamiya tape is perfect for Rhino tracks. And I just put it on the Rhino tracks, put a little strip across the bottom here to protect that area, and then I just do the rest of the airbrushing and take them off. It takes like 5 minutes, and it really saves just a ton of time, because now I have to go back. It's too late now. Now I have to go back and paint the tracks by hand. This is really gonna bug me. I'm not gonna lie. It's gonna bug me, but it's okay. So we're actually just gonna set the tank aside for now. I like where it's at. I like where the shading is. I think it looks good. So we're gonna come back to that at a later date, and we can actually move on to some of these little side pieces. We can just bang all these out real quick. And I want to start with these little cargo boxes, just kind of the easy stuff. We'll start with the cargo boxes, the storm bolter, and then these exhausts, which will be super fun to do. So first things first, fire up the airbrush again. Because that way we can finish these. We'll do these. We'll do the barrel of the gun and the gunner sticking out of the hatch on the top. We'll do all of those, and then we can just focus on the tank itself. And then when the tank's done, we can just bring it all together, glue it together, and be done with it. I don't like it's like having the bases done before painting a squad. I don't really like going through all the effort of painting a model, doing most of the work, like for example on this tank, doing most of the work, and then now I have to sit around and kind of mess with all these little pieces. That kind of can be a momentum killer, to just kind of have to pick at little bits and pieces. There's plenty of little stuff to do. Plenty of little stuff to do on the tank. Before I finish that even, so I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling now. This is just Vallejo Model Color Black. I'm just doing this to make sure all of the holes in the exhaust are filled in, because when I come back with when I start working with the actual metallic paint, I just want to make sure that the holes are completely filled in. And now these little boxes. Which, kind of hesitate to even paint on the tutorial, but I'll show you how I do just simple little things like this to save time and effort. One of the things, as long as it fits with the scheme, one of the things that I do most of the time, I think, is like gun casings are black. All these metallics are going to be silver. Any kind of little detailing that I can do real quick, I'll do. This is going to be gold. It's going to be the same gold recipe I always use. The sisters are interesting in that I actually use 2 different gold recipes. Their armor is a warm gold, which is going to be Decayed Metal, Viking Gold, and Dwarven Gold from scale 75. But the kind of gold accessory and filigree and like all the little kind of weapons and the little gold touches on everything for this army are cold gold. That's my Necro Gold, Druchii Violet, Elven Gold recipe. So it's possible to do 2 different types of gold. Otherwise, it all starts to kind of blend in together if you're doing all the same gold on everything. The armor and the filigree and all the little detailing and stuff, the trim, the weapon hafts, can all just start to look exactly the same. Here we have Tinny Tin from Game Color, my go-to for this kind of brass color. It's like old tin bits, you know. And this, I'm just going to do a quick... Oh, hey now. And generally, I just hand paint this, but there are 4 of these. They're separate from the vehicle, so it's very easy. And this also saves a ton of time. Hand painting to get into all those little exhaust holes is exhausting. Ha. I could not resist the dad joke. The dad joke got me. Probably, in hindsight, I should have done the little black boxes for the turret. I probably should have done those first before airbrushing metallics, because now the metallics are going to take a minute to clean out of this airbrush, especially since this is really the only color metallic that I need to airbrush. So that was kind of silly, but that saved me a ton of time with the brush, which is the goal with anything we do with the airbrush. Save a bunch of time. So let that dry. I'm going to clean this out real nice, make sure to get backflow with water, all that good stuff. Try to get, I don't know, I'm not a freak about cleaning my airbrush at all. I just want it to be, I still see the little, that's all right. We're good. Moving on. We're going to move on to dark gray blue. Industry standard for highlighting black for me. I'm just going for a regular kind of blue-gray black, which I am. Kind of basic bitch black. Highlight the outer half of this thing. And kind of down there where the gold is going to be. I'm not going to bother working on the sides, really. Top here, where the filigree is, done. And then that's the bottom, so that'll be the top. So I'm just going to paint that gray, get that overspray. This is why I'm moving too fast here. Moving too fast. You could have seen the overspray from the Tinny Tin. I got on the black, but I just overcorrected to gray, which is fine. Backflow, backflow, backflow. And actually, if I really wanted to... No, I'm good. I was thinking of taping this off and spraying the top with ice yellow to get a really nice start to the flames. I'm going to do that, actually. Just a really even, solid base for the flames. This whole part is a little schizo, and I'm sorry for that, but it's a little hectic just getting like all the airbrushing done for all these pieces. So these can go back in the box. This can go back in the box. This can go back in the box. And then I'm just going to get a piece of the 10 millimeter Tamiya tape and just make sure that I have a good seal. It does not need to be that long. 1, 2. Because the way that I paint those flames, I do a whole base coat of ice yellow. It's kind of like an Angel Heraldez-ish method. I forget who exactly. It was probably Angel. But it's kind of those guys. Angel and Alfonso Heraldez and, you know, all those guys. I do a base coat of, because I don't really want to highlight it up, because highlighting has to be done with the brush and it has to be glazed and shit takes forever, and it just, brushes leave straight lines, and like I really don't want straight lines on flames. So what I end up doing is I end up so what I end up doing is, and this is just bad. This is bad Vallejo tape. Don't buy this stuff. I just trying to get rid of it by using it for stuff like this. So what I do is I do a base coat of ice yellow, solid base coat of ice yellow, and then I glaze the oranges, the reds, gray, black, to get the flame effect. Very, very watery, so it, you know, so the ice yellow kind of stays on the outside, blah blah blah. So I glaze in all the other colors to get the flame effect, and that for me I think looks a lot better and more and is easier to paint than trying to paint it a dark color and then work up from there. I painted a light color and work back from there. Which, as far as I'm concerned, is a great way to do it, because it was something I did not think I was good at all. Before I watched somebody else's video and did it a few times and kind of did it, you know, did my own kind of interpretation of that, kind of the same way as I do with like the Verdigris and stuff, which we'll also go over. But this is just ice yellow. This has become a kind of cornerstone paint for me. This paint is really, really versatile, really wonderfully opaque. It covers really well. It's great to mix in for highlights with a lot of different colors. It's become a real go-to paint for me. So what I do is I'll do all the flames, I'll paint all the flames, do all that, blah blah blah. Then I'll come in and paint the cage afterwards, for the brazier. Not a bra, not a brazier, but a brazier. I think it's pronounced very similarly. And it ends up looking pretty good. Right now we just want to get a nice base coat on there. And acknowledging that as I paint the rest, because the flame's really kind of the last thing that I paint, at least when it comes to, like on a model, definitely, because they're usually the kind of furthest from the core of the model, and the most, I'm probably going to touch the flames as I'm painting the rest of the exhausts. So the flames will be the last thing. I'll have to touch up the ice yellow before I start glazing in the future. But I can tell you for certain this would have taken a lot longer to base coat ice yellow over black by hand. Would have taken a lot longer than this, even with the masking. So I think we're going to come back. I'm probably just going to paint the boxes. What time? How much time are we at right now? Because I don't want to make these super long. 15 minutes? Okay. Probably base coat the gold. And then I actually decided to putty fill the barrel a little bit because the seam right down the middle of the barrel was bugging me. And that's it. So that's the ice yellow base coated. It's for sure going to come off as I handle it, but that'll be easier to touch up than I don't know if I really want to tape it or anything, but I don't know. It'll work itself out. There we go. Now that's ready for paint. Put that off to the side, and we can get the gold working as well. And then the barrel of the Castigator is just going to be like a steel. Should look good. It could have been bronze. That would have been neat. It'll be fine. I'm really enjoying the Sisters Army because it's a great opportunity to just experiment and try new color combinations and paint things kind of differently than I normally would, with like just huge areas of verdigris and texture and painting the tanks white for a gold army and things like that. I'm really excited to get into some of the other kind of alternative units and see how to integrate those into the scheme as well. And I anticipate this being a very long-term project, so it's exciting. Anyway, I digress. This is the barrel. We just have some putty on it, so I just get like 1500 grit sandpaper that's been worn, because I really don't want to take off that much putty, and we'll just kind of come in here and work it. I'll have to prime and everything, so I'll do that off camera. Then as far as I think we said we were going to do the Hunter Killer Missile and the Sister. Well, the Sister has to have her armor done, of course. Typically I start with the Decayed Metal, but I'm going to skip that. Too watery. There you go. I do not need much. Oop. There we go. This is Viking Gold from scale 75. Ooh, that's a little watery. Okay. Alright. That's fine. It's fine. Just because it's like a... Pretty dark gold anyway. Covers really nicely. Make sure we get everything underneath there. And the thing that I like about this scheme is it's majority gold, right? The armor, everything. And then everything else is really painted by hand. The tabard is base coated by hand, and I'll take you through that, of course, when we get to it. It's base coated by hand, but then when it comes time to highlight it, I actually do use the airbrush to highlight the tabard. Ooh, that was wet. There was a lot of moisture coming out of this airbrush right now. That way I have nice blends on the cloth without losing my mind with a paintbrush, but that'll look cool. Whoop. So now we can kind of see how that'll look together. That's nice. That'll look pretty neat. So we're starting to like see the scheme a little bit, just a sneak peek of kind of these colors working together. Obviously there's going to be a lot more than white going on the tank. And this is cool because I'm going to paint, I have like 5 more tanks after this. And like none of them are going to be badge painted, right? Like this is an army where I got painted 2 repulsors and a repulsor executioner for my blood angels at the same time. That will not be the case with these sisters vehicles. I'll have to do them one at a time because it just too much going on. Too much. But I also don't need as many. Right, like I have 3, 6, 7, 8, like 8 tanks. I guess 7 tanks, 2 land speeders, like 7 dreadnoughts and 2 super heavies for my blood angels. Like that's a lot of armor to paint and get through. You know, just having the 5 tanks. Sorry, this is Dwarven Gold. From scale 75, this is the main armor color. You can see how much richer it is. So only having like 5 tanks to get through for, or 6, I guess, tanks to get through for Sororitas. Take a little bit more time on those. So just a quick zenithal on the dwarven gold, and we're good. We're done. So get her painted up. Get the 100 killer missile. And I forgot to do. So put this off to the side. Put the 100 killer missile off to the side. Come on. There we go. Oops. Gosh darn it. There you go. I forgot to highlight the casing on the storm bolter. Literally nobody would ever notice. But I'll know. And I'll probably paint over it, actually, now that I think about it, while I'm painting the metallics on the storm bolter. But, you know, while I'm here, paint the storm bolter. Drill your barrels, people. So, a little gray on the front of that. Cool. And airbrush base coats are done. Right? Oh, except for the barrel. You have time for that? Not really. Kinda? Sure. Okay. Let's do the barrel real quick. So, no, I did not want that to spill. Took my eye off the ball for like 1 second and spilled all my shit. That was unfortunate because that's like a bunch of stuff that's annoying to pick up. Okay. Moving on. Actually, I need some of that stuff. Okay. Cool. It's just what I wanted to do after I finished filming. This is 800 grit wet dry sandpaper. You can get this at the hardware store. Very gently, because you will round off this plastic faster than you can blink. Very gently coming in here. And it's just plastic putty from Vallejo. I have a few videos where I use it. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be seamless. You're probably still going to get to see the seam because I kind of suck at this, but I like to try, you know. I'm hoping you just notice less of the seam, and at a certain point, maybe I'll get good at it, but I have to keep doing it until that point arrives. So that feels pretty good, and you can see where there's still putty and primer left behind. That's where I've filled in. Theoretically, that's what's left behind after sanding, so that means that that's been kind of filled in like that. It feels, I mean, it feels better. It feels smoother than it was. So I'm going to count that as a win. There we go. Get that. And most of that's in the gun housing, so whatever. We'll get this 1500 grit. Really kind of smooth this out. But I'm not pressing very hard. I don't want to press very hard. That's when I kind of get into trouble with this stuff. I just want to... That's like smooth as a baby's butt. And now I know, even though it's smooth as a baby's butt right now, I'm going to hit it with that primer and I'm going to see it. And it's going to just be like kind of a curse the gods kind of moment. I don't really like, you know, if I was really invested in making sure this was like super, super pretty, I wouldn't have let this slide. Right? Like, this is going to bug me for literally forever when I look at this tank. Shit like this, where you can see that line. But that's also a hazard of, like, painting something white, is you see all that stuff. And it's just, like, it's not a, you know. This is not, to me, a historical kit for competition. Like, that stuff's going to happen. It's not a repulsor where that's really going to happen. So, you know, we're fine. It's good. It's fine. A little bit of the Stylorens. Black. Just a few drops. This shit's going to clog my airbrush immediately, probably. I don't know. I'm cursed when it comes to airbrush primer. I really am. Seam is looking pretty good. There's still... Hey, look at that. My airbrush clogged. Ridiculous. Jackass. Okay. That looks pretty good. It looks better than it did, and I'm definitely glad that I took the extra time to hit it with a little bit of putty. That was after I had primed it the first time, so No, I just got a fat fingerprint right in that. Yep, that's okay. It's covered. Make sure that's dry. Okay, we're going to leave that for a second, make sure it's totally dry, and then we're going to hit it with, fuck it. Hit it with that burnt iron from Metal Color. Probably could have, should have done the bottom of the barrel too, but you know, whatever. It's fine. So you can see there, the barrel looks pretty good. Barrel looks pretty smooth. Little bit kind of messed up back here, but that part's going to be in the housing, so NBD. And then we're just going to hit it with... Nope. And there it is. Dark aluminum. A couple drops of that. This is much brighter, so we're going to hit it. Okay, my kids just came home, so I have to finish this up real quick. But we have dark aluminum, just real quick over the center line here. Nice and shiny. Oh, and that's making a weird texture for some reason. That's excellent. It's just what I needed. Awesome. Super cool. What is that? Okay, just a little thin, so spray it with a little bit more. When in doubt, spray a little more paint on top of it. That looks pretty good. So you see it's a little darker on the bottom, a little lighter on top. We'll shade that with some inks after everything's nice and dry. When we come back to it, we can just spray up from the bottom with a little bit of burnt umber, a little black, a little blue, whatever, just to give it a little shading and make it look a little, you know, rounder, I guess would be the word. But for now, all the airbrushing is done on the tank. And here we can just take a real quick look at our color palette as well, which is always fun to do. Just make sure that we're on the right track. Yikes, don't mess up the white. Whatever you do, try not to mess up the white. So there we have a color palette for the project, really. I mean, not the project, but for the tank. Minus the red, right? The red is really a lot of what's missing from the palette, and then just little spot colors here and there as well. But in general, we're looking at the color palette here. So when we come back, we'll start knocking out some, like I said, we'll start knocking out some of these little pieces. And then as we close these out, we'll just put this aside, put this tray aside, put it on the shelf, and then come back and work on, spend more time working on the tank itself. I'll probably do the turret and the tank simultaneously because they're going to use a lot of the same colors and everything. So a lot of the same steps to painting. at this point in the project, all the airbrushing's done, right? So we have all of our little pieces here, and we have, or also little pieces there, and then we have the biggest chunk of work here. We're going to push that off to the side. I'm going to put that on the shelf. And then when looking at this, we just want to grab a couple easy wins out of the pile and just knock out, make some quick progress on this so that we get a little bit of momentum. We don't want to get bogged down. Like, I'm not going to pick the Sister of Battle first and the Hunter Killer Missile. Those are a little bit more involved. And so we're going to leave those kind of where they are for the moment. But so we're going to grab some easy victories and just build up some momentum. So really the easiest thing to do would be to just like edge highlight these white and be done with it. But that's really, we're going to do that when we do like this piece. That's not really where we're at. These would be super easy, except this would involve a little bit of verdigris, which I'm not prepared to do yet. So, and these, I mean, these are going to take a minute. These are going to take a minute. This, more metallics, flames, more metallics, more. So, we're just going to do these little crates. And actually, while we're working on the crates, we can also knock out the Storm Bolter. And we can actually knock out these targeting reticles for the heavy bolters. Now, this may seem like a lot of disparate kind of elements, but let me show you. So the gold trim on the reticles is going to be the same gold that I'm going to use for the filigree kind of mounts on the little casings, these little cases here. Use the same gold recipe for those. White for the fleur-de-lis, and then silver for the kind of straps that go on top of the box. So that'll take care of those. Silver around the lenses. Gold trim, same gold trim. And then for the Storm Bolter, silver, black, white fleur-de-lis. So these all have shared colors, except for the real kind of outlier here is going to be the lenses, but that'll also kind of let us get our lens color, because I actually haven't done a lens for this army yet, I don't think. But I think I'm going to go with the turquoise lens color to kind of tie in. I don't know if that'll be too close to the verdigris, but I don't have to make that decision like right this second. I just have to make it soon. So, first things first, we're going to get a little exhaust manifold, because I have to paint the ring around the lens before I can do the gold trim. A little bit of exhaust manifold, because obviously this is going to get all over that gold trim, which is fine. It's fine for it to get on the lens. No big deal. And then really just these clasps. And then the rest of it we're going to just do an edge highlight with. But we're going to paint all the detail on these in case we have to do any touch-ups with black and then come back and highlight them later. We don't want to do that twice. So we're going to do any detailing on the crates and everything we're going to do the black is going to be the last part of what we do. Actually, don't need to do those. Oops. Can definitely do like the side of the clasp there. Without getting too crazy. I don't want to get too crazy with it. Like, these are storage boxes on the side of the tank. We have a lot bigger fish to fry with this model than, and that's gonna bug me. The mount is loose. I've left the mount loose because I'm gonna glue it when I actually have the gunner in the hatch and I'm able to position everything after it's finished being painted. I don't want to lock into one position, pull everything out, paint it, and then have it be off by just a little bit, just enough to make it annoying. That's not what I want. So boom, boom, boom. Okay. Don't drop the storm bolter you're working on. Pro tip. All right. A little Nuln to stay healthy, because Nuln is the truth. I don't think I own a model that doesn't have Nuln oil on it. Or Druchii Violet for that matter. I might be branching out my Vallejo metal colors as well. They've been a little watery lately, and I'm just not. They were really good. I don't know what Vallejo's doing. I gotta be honest with you. A little disappointed with them lately. Metallics are so tough, though. For whatever reason, I don't love Scale 75 like steel metallics, but I might have to give them another shot because the Scale 75 ones have just not been doing it for me. So a little Nuln, and we'll get the shells and everything at a later date. But for now, this will do just fine. Okay. And then we will let that dry and come back in just a minute. All right, now that Nuln has dried, go back with All Reliable, dark aluminum, whatever. And I'm trying to keep this short because this is just like side table stuff, but it's important. I mean, this is, if you've watched, other videos, this is like recycling recipes, just using the side of the brush, just boop boop. Nothing revolutionary happening here, but that's part of the point, right? I mean, that's part of the point of developing recipes and having a stable of recipes that you can kind of draw from. Is just making your painting that much more efficient. So here, just a little on the bottom, little on the top, and we're good to go. Little on the bottom, little on the top, boom. And then with this, stay on top here. Stay on top here. Try not to, you know, get too much paint on. There we go. And real quick, boom, boom. Down the side, down the side. And that's it for the silver. Good on that. Now we're going to come back. Still on the fence about the whole. Still on the fence about the whole the lens thing. So, excuse me. So we're going to take a little scale 75 Viking, or excuse me, Necro Gold. God, this shit goes over black way better than it goes over white, let me tell you. Does not like going over white paint at all. But we'll just do a couple passes and it'll be fun. Just using the side of the brush. Love these arches. It's such a great element. And it just goes to show how much the sculpting team really, how much thought they put into not just individual models, but entire model lines to have those kind of consistent design details throughout the range. Like if you look at, you know, mortifiers, the sarcophagus, maybe not the sarcophagus, but the kind of main body of mortifiers have this same arch. You look at more of Inval, which I haven't built yet, but you look at here, same arch, same arch. I can't wait to paint this model. I might do a tutorial for that model too. Just because there are going to be some little different tricks. We're going to take that model to the next level, spend a lot of time on it. I might try some new things. I'm not sure yet, but that model deserves to have some time spent on it. And then we're just going to come through and do Necro Gold on all this filigreed what's the word? It's actually like what secures the box to the tank are this kind of filigreed I don't know what you call them. God, my vocabulary for the first couple videos of this tutorial series is I'm just drawing a blank. I don't know if it's that I haven't been sleeping well last couple nights or what, but man, words are just escaping me. It's not like a tie down or something. It's... Yeah. Fuck, I just don't know. Bizarre. Bizarre. Okay. So that's... One of these I'll go through and do the other two and give them a quick wash of Drucci, and then we'll be right back. Okay, now that we've done the filigree, quick wash of Drucci, because truly there is nothing Drucci Violet cannot do. That was a little heavy-handed there, but just put that on the inside. Also, this paintbrush I'm using is pretty jacked up, but that's okay. Drucci, Drucci, Drucci. I just hate how much I'm handling these things, especially as I'm trying to move fast, so I'm not really letting things, you know, dry 100% before handling them. But like these little crates are almost done, and it'll feel good to have an element of the model done. And part of this is just kind of setting myself up motivation wise, because just looking at the tank itself is like really intimidating. You're like, oh my god, there's a lot of detail, and there is, and it's going to take a lot of time. But as I've mentioned before, when we hit those walls, when we're doing kind of the main hull and turret of the tank, when we hit those walls, if we already have these little pieces done, we'll be like, okay, like this sucks, but when we're finished, we're going to be done with the tank. So that will help kind of make things easier. While we're waiting for that to dry, Vallejo Model Color Turquoise. Because I don't think lenses are ever going to be like next to anything Verdigris, and I think really at the end of the day it's going to be much darker than the Verdigris, and the Verdigris just looks really, really good. So in going through possible eye lens colors, you're not going to be green, because that's not really going to stand out with the gold. You're not going to be red, because their robes are already red, and it's not really going to stand out with the gold. And I paint red gems and lenses and stuff all the time for my Blood Angels. I paint green lenses all the time for my Blood Angels. They're not, I mean, blue would probably work, but blue is basically turquoise. Magenta wouldn't really work. Orange doesn't, you know, it might as well be red. So they're really, when it comes down to it, like there just really aren't that many colors to choose from. Like purple or something is just, and you want to be really careful. I'm always very careful about just getting to that point where you just have one too many colors. And I think if I did like a purple or something, it would be one too many colors. So I'm just going to do turquoise. And I also just love painting turquoise lenses. And the white, gold, and turquoise is a very classic kind of combination. So another thing that I love about Wolf Gray that we used for, you know, airbrushing the white is that it goes beautifully, covers beautifully. And so we're also going to use the wolf gray for our fleur-de-lis. And the white fleur-de-lis will also match the sisters, just the ladies, on all their power armor. It'll match the gunner, her power armor, the shoulder details, the inquisitorial symbol with the wings, and also the fleur-de-lis are both going to be painted in white. So ooh, that was a little rough. I don't know what I'm doing here. There we go. Okay, this end. But it's okay. It's so easy to clean up around this with black that I'm not particularly worried about it. More fleur-de-lis. And the more I say fleur-de-lis, the more I am reminded of LA Confidential with Guy Pearce and Russell Crowe and is it Nicole Kidman? No, it was I think it was Nicole. No, Kim Basinger, that's it. Not Nicole Kidman. Kim Basinger, Guy Pearce, Danny DeVito, Russell Crowe. Fantastic movie. The white even, or those arches even resemble kind of the top of the fleur-de-lis. Just the design continuity for this range is incredible. And of course, one of the reasons, sorry, we're just kind of going stream of consciousness at this point, but I don't want this to take too long. One of the reasons, of course, is that they redesigned the entire line at the same time. So it's like an Age of Sigmar faction in that way, where they really didn't have to integrate any existing models. They've really just redesigned the entire Adepta Sororitas range, which is rare. Typically, you're going to have some holdovers. So just super, 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 super cool for them to do. And P3, turquoise ink. Golden oldie, this stuff. I love this stuff. Poured way too much on the palette for 2 lenses. Good bit of ink on there. Kind of concentrate in the upper left corner if I can. There we go. Just a really saturated. And now in my saga of paints that are no longer like they used to be, Secret Weapon Blue Black is now much, much darker than it was, you know, for the last 5, 6, 7 years, which is a bummer. So I just take some of that wolf gray, mix it into the blue black, and then I get something that may have been a little too much, but that's fine. I get something a lot closer to what I need, which is just a wash for the fleur-de-lis. But the blue-black, as it comes out of the bottle, is too dark, and it's just too stark a contrast to shade the white. It just ends up not looking good. It needs to be lighter to be kind of a softer transition. And so I lighten it up a little bit with either wolf gray or just any kind of light gray that I'm working with at the time. I can use to lighten it up. Now we've got that. We can grab Elven Gold. Out of the way. A little bit on the palette. Don't need much. And then just using the side of the brush, just going to come down the filigree here. Real quick. And then across the top there. Same thing over here. All right. Whoops. That's okay. Okay, perfect. And then here, just going to start at the top. And then using the side of the brush again, we're just going to work our way down. Start top, look down. Down. You can see where I kind of went overboard a little bit with that Druchii Violet, like right there. Not something I'm going to spend a great deal of time worrying about, but I know that it happened. It can be avoided in the future just by going a little lighter. I loaded up the brush too much. But because this works on either the right or left side, I can just put that on the side that is going to be pointing towards the interior of the tank, and it won't be that big a deal. Honestly, nobody's ever going to notice anyway, but just for my own satisfaction. Side of the brush. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Easy peasy. And then when we varnish at the end, that'll really finish these off. I'm not going to do it midstream, but we're going to matte varnish everything, of course, and then come back and do satin on the gold and really make it shine after we do the touch-ups and stuff, of course. So all right, gold filigree done. Doesn't have to be fancy, doesn't have to be complicated, but I want to show you so you can see the difference between these two golds, right? Look how warm this gold is, and you can really see the shine. So even when I put these next to each other, they still are differentiated, and that's really important because it gives us a whole nother range. It gives us a whole nother color to paint things without adding another color necessarily, if that makes sense. So we can paint a bunch more stuff gold without having everything painted like the armor color. Right. The armor color hits a lot differently. The armor color just reads a lot differently visually than the gold that we're painting everything else. And so that's a really good way to add some different elements into a paint scheme without adding more colors. I feel like when people are, often when people ask me for kind of color scheme advice, this is just pure AK white. When people ask me for color scheme advice, or they're stuck at a certain point on a model, and gosh darn it, there we go. Sometimes when they're asking me if they're stuck on a certain point in a model or something, a lot of times be like, well, I could paint this green, I could paint it red, I could paint it yellow, I could paint it like turquoise, and a lot of the time they're kind of already maxed out on colors. Like, they don't need to necessarily add another color. So, I'll usually, my first instinct typically is to paint something black or paint something white. Excuse me. Like a neutral color. That's a really good way to paint something a different color without adding color. Is to paint something white or black. Typically gray is not really... Look at that. That looks pretty cool. So nice little fleur-de-lis, nice gold. Nice and clean. Ish. Still need to do touch-ups around the fleur-de-lis, but that's okay. Side of the brush moving sideways. Got that. Outside. Middle. Outside. But if you can't paint it like a neutral color, like a white or black, something like that, you can paint it, what if you just painted it a different blue? Or what if you already have like a really saturated royal blue? Why don't you just paint it like a desaturated blue, like a deep sea blue or something like that? Or if you have deep sea blue, what about doing like sky blue gems or something where you're not adding a color, you're just adding a different tone of a color that's already in your scheme. And that way you're not overcomplicating things and really overwhelming the eye, because that's really the biggest... Look at that. Boom. Fleur-de-lis. And then we can also, since we have this nice bit of white on our palette here, get this quick edge highlight here done using the side of the brush, side of the brush, side of the brush. And you see this brush is crap. Like, this is not a good brush. Doesn't need to be a good brush if I'm using the side. There we go. And even just that gives these little targeting things so much more definition. Makes them look so much more finished. And we could even come grab these now that we have white on the palette. Do the lead edge on these. course, don't really need to do the outside here because it's just not going to show up. But lead edge. Now, of course, we're picking a side. And what I mean by that is now this is the right side, and or the left side. This will be the right side over here. Although I think we'd be able to get away with it kind of on either side. But even just that, so you can see a little bit of an edge there. But those pieces are done now. Not doing anything to the bottom. I didn't do anything special. I didn't take any kind of mental energy or effort. I just, when it came time to do the white for these little side pieces that I was working on, I could grab these real quick, spend 2 minutes doing some edge highlighting. Just like that, using the side of the brush. And boom, 2 pieces are done. Those are done. In the bag. Okay. And now we'll get... Ooh, this is really dragging on. I should have broken this up a little bit, I think. But hey. It's fine. This is also just like... Ah! Shiza. It's also just workflow stuff as well, but touch all this up with the black. So I kind of put the brush down and kind of push so that I just end up outlining there. This looks pretty clean. That looks pretty clean. There we go. And this is going to take a little bit of fixing here, which is fine. That's why black is such a great color for gun casings, because we can do all the metallics. If it gets a little sloppy, it gets a little sloppy, and then we just come back in real quick. Boom, boom. Done. No fuss, no muss. Everything's back to where it should be. Great. And then while that's drying, come in here, model color blue-green. Actually, I should do a little turquoise first. Oops. Oh, come on. Now I'm getting paranoid about the time and I'm rushing a little bit. But if you're still watching at this point, you're in for a penny, in for a pound here. A little bit of turquoise is not really doing much, to be honest. Vallejo model color blue-green. And then AK Pastel Green. Realize you can't read the... Oops. Shit. Gosh. Put a ton of that on the palette. My goodness. Just going to mix that in with the blue-green a little bit. Kind of get halfway there. and from like 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock on that one. Now just the pale green, 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock, just right there in the corner. And the more you push that contrast, the more reflective it's going to look. So a little bit more the bottom corner there, that's good. Now we start to see it come together, and then moment of truth, tiny bit of paint on the tip. Top right at 11 o'clock, boom. Lens. Lens. Boom. Now those two pieces are done. Take those off. Put them back in the box. Those are done. Don't have to worry about those anymore. And then now all that's left is to take some intermediate blue. Old Reliable. Thin it down just a little bit on the palette. And then using the side of the brush, do a quick lead edge on the box here. So top and front, that corner, this corner, and then just the top of this bottom trim here. The key is to use very thin paint so you're not having to apply any pressure, really, to get the paint out of the brush, and also to rest your hands on the table. So you have a stable foundation to build off of. And there we go. Looks a little rough, especially that black touch-up. Man, I did more with that. Did more with that gray than I thought, huh? So what I can do now is just kind of take very, very thin black and just kind of fill in. And this is something literally nobody's going to notice, but I might. It's that obvious. So just real thin glaze of Vallejo Model Color Black, just to get, that's better. Do the other boxes off camera. We'll just knock out this Storm Bolter real quick. Again, doing lead edge. Always start at the front of the casing. That corner there, over the top, down the other side, same thing, that corner there, across the front, and then here, side of the brush very lightly, like that, side of the brush very lightly, side of the brush very lightly. Turn it. Hit that top edge again. God, that was too thick. Oh, rusty apparently. I don't know what's going on right now. Okay. All right. Oop. brush for this or something, man. You get some thick lines. My goodness. That's okay. If it's still bugging me down the road, I can always come back and just paint it black and redo it, but the odds of me doing that are pretty much zero. I mean, it looks fine, right? Like, that's just it. The Stormbolter looks fine. I'm just being overly critical. So, Stormbolter, done. Lenses, done. The two little sponson side pieces, done. And then I just finished edge highlighting on these. I'll just do these because these are going to take like a minute a piece. That edge, that edge, that edge. This little piece here. That edge. That. Bottom edge. Okay. Come back, get a little bit more, thin it down. Bottom edge. Now I say done, of course, with the caveat. That's done. Another one of those little boxes done. That box is done. With the caveat that we still have to do, you know, like some varnish work. We'll have to come back and do the varnish work that I talked about. But other than that, the brush work is done. And this is like a nice little batch. This is a nice little one evening project to feel like you've made some, you know, significant or some meaningful progress on what is a multi-step, very complicated project of, you know, a Castigator battle tank. And if you're just painting an hour a night, a half hour a night, those victories are really important to feel, because you can really lose momentum if you don't have them. If you're trying to paint everything at once, you can really lose momentum. But if we come back to our project tray here, and let me move some of these things around, so we have a little bit of clarity here. Oops, this is going to go over here. So if we come back to our project tray, let me fix the focus. And I'm going to wrap this up because we've been at this quite long enough this evening, I think. So we're looking at our project tray. All this stuff is done. So the little containers for the side of the turret are done. The sponsons are done. The sponson pieces are done. Stormbolter for the gunner is done. Targeting reticles for the sponson weapons are done. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 different kind of categories of things that are done. And really, if I had thought about it, I could have done this trim and this filigree in that Necro Gold, Elven Gold, and been done with the barrel as well. But it's okay. No, it's all dry. Okay. So then really what we have left is, you know, heavy bolters and the hatch. We can do those at the same time. That's one batch. The sister and the hunter killer missile will do at the same time. That's 2. And these exhausts is 3. So we've done a quarter of just kind of the random crap batches. And then this will take 10 minutes, so I'm not even really counting it. But we've done 1 out of 4 kind of meaningful batches of, you know, sub-assemblies in one sitting, in like an hour, which is really nice. So take that as a win, and, you know, next time we come back, we'll work on some of these other pieces, maybe knock out the barrel and then the hatch and the heavy bolters or something. Today, we're going to be doing a little bit on the actual Sister of Battle herself, the gunner. And at the same time, I'll be working on the Hunter-Killer missile. So the turret hatch, the heavy bolters can be done off camera. These are going to be painted the same as the storm bolter, with just a gold fleur-de-lis. And then for this, just be doing, a couple lenses and really a white edge highlight. Also, the barrel of the gun, I'll just be doing some gold on here, and then this little piece of filigree here I'll also be doing gold, and that's about it. So those pieces I'm going to do off camera because I do want to speed this up a little bit. I don't want this to take forever. I have a lot of other tutorial series that I want to do, but there are very valuable parts to doing this tutorial. So this one we're going to work on the Sister of Battle and the Hunter-Killer missile. Next one we're going to do the flames and the exhausts, which is going to be a lot of fun because I love doing those flames. And then we're going to move on to the tank itself. I'm going to pick and choose what I'm going to cover in actual tutorials, because there's a lot here that I won't be covering. It'll just be, I'll just paint it off camera. All these statues are going to be copper and verdigris. I will do that on camera. But like the gold trim and stuff and the white edge highlight, things like that, I will probably do off camera, but we'll have to wait and see. I'll definitely be doing, the trim, the weapons, lenses, things like that. These little gold bits I'll be doing off camera just to speed things up. So we'll keep that in mind just moving forward, because like I said, I want to get this finished up so that we can move on to other tutorials that I have planned. As much as I love doing this step by step. I don't need to go over things that I've already covered. So anyway, long-winded way of saying, today we're going to focus on the gunner and Hunter-Killer missile. And the gunner's interesting because it's going to be the same palette, the same approach as I'm taking with the rest of the Sisters of Battle range. So for her, I'll be using all the same paints and everything that I'll be using for the sisters themselves. First things first, we're going to do some robes and get those out of the way. So the scheme is gold armor, red robes, and then turquoise lenses, just like we did on the tank, white faceplate, white fleur-de-lis, white inquisitorial symbol on the shoulder, black corset, black tubing. The wings on the Hunter-Killer missile will also be white. So I'll show you how I'm going to paint those. And I think black leather for like the gloves and everything, because brown leather is just too warm. So, first things first is just getting that Vallejo model colored burnt red. And we're going to take that and just do, let's see here. Yeah, it's a little bright. Sorry. That's a little better. So we're going to get a little bit of the beige red. Oops. Fuck. Man, it's too soon. Too soon to be making little mistakes like that. That's for sure. But just a little water, wipe that off, no big deal. I do want to be careful here. I do not want to spend a lot of time doing touch-ups. This is also most of that's going to get hidden by the hatch, but we want to paint it anyway. All right, nice even coat. And then the same on the back here. And this is the first step when I'm doing Battle Sisters. This is also the first step. Is I'll airbrush them gold, and then I come back and brush paint the robes and sleeves, and then I actually go in with the airbrush very, very carefully and just airbrush the highlight. So I'll show you how I do that. And then I don't think I have any red on the missile here. Nope. Okay. There's so little on this model that I'm just going to come in with the Evil Sun Scarlet. There's like just a little peak of a sleeve, so I'm not actually going to airbrush those highlights. I know I just said that, but we're moving on. So just concentrating on the kind of upper sleeve right here. Following the edge. Leave a little bit on those creases there. And then just follow through. Doesn't have to be perfect. It's going to get hit with a little bit of wash to really settle in those creases. At the same time we wash the gold. So it'll get toned down just a little bit. But this is a very rough highlight on those towers especially. we go. Right. Red robes, nothing fancy. Actually, that's not really saturated enough. Want to be a little bit more red than that. There we go. That's a little more saturated. And now the fun part, where we just kind of base coat what we need. But first things first, because we're working for the inside out, we're going to do the eye lenses. And this I'm going to do the exact same way that I did the lenses on the targeters for the sponsons. So base coat turquoise, and then while we're waiting for that, get the black out and start okay, we're going to make sure to leave the armor. So this does a really nice job of breaking up all that gold on the model. It's even more as you move through the range of Battle Sisters, this gets even more prominent as there's just more and more gold armor. And the hope here is that there's in fact enough white on these models to make the white tanks and everything make sense. But then the more white tanks and everything I paint, the more I kind of force the issue with the army. And I think I have to expand what I'm painting white. Like more of Inval's warsuit will be white. The Paragon warsuits will be white. Probably the Penitent engines. Those also because they just weather, like they're so involved. They're not, painting them gold would be really tricky. And I want them to be all weathered up, and the white just weathers so well. I'll paint this black, even though I'm just going to come back and paint it silver, but that'll be a better base for that anyway. Is that it? Really? Okay, couple hoses. No peak back there. Try not to get the gold, but I can always touch it up. Huh, I guess that's it. A little bit of black. Oh, duh. Let's carry that around the back. Okay. Alright. There we go. And then for the Hunter Killer Missile, I think it's just going to be the hose here. That little bottom part that's going to attach to the tank will be steel, will be silver. And then, like I said, the wings and the fleur-de-lis and the missile. Actually, if I still have enough paint here, do the missile red, fleur-de-lis and the wings white, and then the bottom can be that silver. That'll look good. Okay. All right. Now I'll get a little turquoise ink. Oops, that's green. Turquoise ink from P3. Nice and heavy. Let that dry. God, this black is just rubbing off. I gotta throw this stuff away. This is really just... I have to switch. Stop using this. Okay. So Vallejo Model Color changed their formula, which is bunk because that's why I use Vallejo Model Color, is that they didn't change their formula. And the black, for whatever reason, just isn't durable anymore, which of course does not work at all. So, to that end. So now I'm going to be doing... the corset. I have Abyssal Blue here from Scale Color. This is a very, very dark desaturated blue. This is kind of like Dark Reaper is, I think, the closest. So as you very dark desaturated blue. But this is what I'm going to use for black kind of fabric, leather. This is going to be pretty heavy. I'm going to do a real thin ink wash over this at the end to kind of bring the highlights back out, or bring the shadows rather. This is the Abyssal Blue, and this is just real quick textured highlights. This is Dark Sea Blue from Vallejo Model Color, which is just a little bit lighter version, really, of Abyssal Blue. Very desaturated. Almost like just a really dark desaturated turquoise. Just here along the edges, get the thumbs, couple fingers, And then here along the top edge, thumb, kind of top fingers. Get a little bit on the top of the bodice. That's good. Then I'm going to take a little bit of ivory. And I'm moving fast on purpose, not just for the sake of the tutorial, but for the sake of like my sanity painting this army and this color scheme. Anything so you can see how light and thin that is. Very watery. And then this is going to be a textured highlight on top here. More kind of lines and stippling along the top. Make sure to get the thumb, the back of the hand, a couple fingers up there. Maybe extend that down just a little bit. And then the corset, make sure to get those cross pieces there, and then the ties rather, and then on either side of there's a seam right there. So get that, perfect. Now we have a little bit of just textured highlight on the gloves. That you can see there. And so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my Inktense Black from scale 75. And a lot of water to where it's very, very thin. You can see that there, almost imperceptible. Not imperceptible, but very, very, very thin. And I'm going to come back and do an overall black wash just to get back into the recesses and just tone everything down just a little bit, integrate everything just a little bit. So it definitely still reads black, but it's highlighted, it's textured, and it's just toned down. You can see there just a little bit, which is really what we want. And then as far as the hoses, I'm just going to grab my intermediate blue, my Old Faithful here. Actually, that's for hard surfaces. I'm grabbing, oops, there it is. Bearing Blue from Scale Color, which is, again, just a really desaturated blue. I don't know what the GW equivalent would be, but it's a very desaturated kind of medium blue. Oh my god. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. That was awesome. So there was a chunk in the bottle, and now I have all this Bearing Blue on my palette, which obviously, so first thing, just move the models I'm working on out of the way. Oh, that's too bad. I wasn't even squeezing that hard. Like, obviously you don't want to squeeze. Let's see if the culprit is still in here. Not really. That's just paint. Obviously you don't want to just squeeze if you have resistance in the bottle. But I'm not, there isn't like a big chunk or anything. That's awesome. Okay. Well. Not really gonna get to put that genie back in the bottle, as they say. It's not a paint I use very much, and there's still a good amount in the paint cup, so, or in the bottle, but Never fun when that happens. So anyway, I'm just going to use a tiny bit of this. And then just putting the brush on its side. Oh gosh. A little heavy-handed. Man. Not at the top of my powers today, I don't think. But that's okay. I still got to paint. I still got to get work done. So what we're going to do is we're going to do maybe a little bit heavier on the bearing. Just make sure we get the light in the right place here. That's obviously way too heavy because it's not actually showing up as the kind of ridges on the hose. And it's too blue. But what we can do is we can come back to that. Okay, easy. Come back to that black ink that we have on the palette. Again, very thin. And just very lightly. Very lightly. There we go. Oh man, that was a bummer. Okay. Turquoise, Vallejo model color blue green. And AK white, as per our previous discussion, when moving away from Vallejo model color because they mess with their formula, AK makes really good paint. So they've been my go-to for especially white and black. It's especially heartbreaking when a company changes their white and black because it took years for me to find ones that I liked. And I've literally been using the Vallejo ones for like 6 or 7 years at this point. Alright, so here's where we get a little tricky. Just like Space Marine lens, start in the front corner. Little swoop. Now the blue-green. And this makes a huge difference on these models. The eye lenses especially are an area you can really look, we're sparing ourselves from painting all the heads. We really want to make the eye lenses shine. So we're going to mix some white into that blue-green. Get a very light blue-green. Very front of the lens, like so. A little bit lighter even. There we go. And then that little dot in the back corner just sells the whole thing. Just like a Space Marine lens, only smaller, if it can be believed. And then now we're ready to get our wolf gray. And very carefully, we're going to do this Inquisition symbol here. Fleur de lis. Symbol on the shoulder. Making sure to get all the way to the edge of the feathers, because that wash that we're going to do next is going to catch the edge anyway. I want to make sure to have a nice solid base coat on that. Fleur de lis back here. Some people paint all this stuff on the backpack back here, all these kind of gems and stuff like that, and that's great. Ain't nobody got time for that. So now comes the hard part, which is doing this part of the helmet without messing up the gold part of the helmet and without messing up the eye lenses. So keeping the brush flat. Just going to work side to side. And then we're going to drop down. And by keeping the brush flat to the surface like this, there's a lot less risk of like the tip of the brush going into the actual recess where the lenses are. I'm just trying to keep the brush out of that area so I can keep the definition on those lenses really good, because that's how they're going to stay visible, is by having that really sharp break between the lenses and, you know, kind of everything else. So those are going to be silver. That's going to be so. Oh no! Gosh, if I could stop dropping stuff, dude, this would be fantastic. That was. All right, now I'm gonna base coat this as well, and then be right back. Okay, now that that is base coated, I'm gonna get my secret weapon blue-black wash, and realize this is hard to find. This is a desaturated because Secret Weapon went out of business. But this is a desaturated blue wash that really is... I'm going to mix a little bit of wolf gray in there to lighten it up just a little bit. Keep it very thin. But if you can find it, great. You can do Lamian with a little bit of like abyssal blue and lighten it up a little with the blue gray. But it's a very desaturated, kind of darkish blue-black. And it's just perfect for this part here. So make sure to just get a really nice kind of definition on the white areas. Inquisitorial Eye, the fleur-de-lis, all the different fleur-de-lis. Got this base coated. And come back. Fleur-de-lis. Man, this is gonna look good. This is what I love about this hobby, but this is also kind of what I love about Sisters of Battle, especially as a faction, just from a painting standpoint, is like getting excited. And this is really what the hobby's about for me. Right, it is being excited to paint, being excited at finishing these different elements and models, blah blah blah. But like one of the things that's cool about Sisters is like getting hyped up about how a hunter killer missile looks. You know, that's not every faction, right? So it's just neat. So come in here. Again, being careful. Make sure that it's nice and heavy around the different rivets that are on the helmet. And around the edges next to the gold. Not sure what happened to that fleur-de-lis, but it's a little jacked up. That's okay. Alright, we're going to let that dry, and then we'll be right back to... Ooh, actually, while we're doing that... This is just how I paint. This is why these go on for so long. So this is Vallejo Model Air Metallic Black. This is a new... I'm moving away from metal color because they've been fucking up for me lately. So this is... like what burnt iron would be, I think. So it's just a dark steel metallic. So we're going to take that and do this little bottom kind of mount part. A really large metallic flake in this paint here. Not necessarily a bad thing, but it's definitely a thing. Ooh, there's a lens on here I didn't see. Okay. I don't think I'm going to paint that. I think I'm just going to leave that silver and pretend like I didn't see it. Because, you know, come at me for the targeting lens on the front of a 100 killer missile. Unless I have all my... Yeah. Toss that thought real quick. So the metal colors are a lot thinner and a lot more like they're breaking. They're separating a lot easier than they were in previous bottles that I've had, and it's just not working for me anymore. So I was doing my Spartan, and I used metal color for like the tracks and stuff, and it was just sloughing off the model when I did the oil wash, and it just was not good. So I'm going to paint these ridges up here steel metallic as well to break up some of that gold on the backpack. And a lot of the other backpacks, like Seraphim backpacks, Retroputer backpacks, they have more kind of opportunities to do steel metallics, but for the regular Battle Sisters, I want to carry some of that coloration so it's more consistent across all the different types of units. So it's just a little detail, but and it's a quick one to paint. This isn't adding a lot of time onto, you know, what I'm doing, but it has a nice little effect. It does break up those really large areas of gold, so that's good. I'm using Model Air on the metallics because they're just thinner. Classic Nuln, old reliable, never leave home without it. Nice. Coat here of the Nuln. And because this metallic is so dark, that's probably going to take it way, way, way down, which is fine. And then we'll just bring it back up with, did I get some gray on there? Gosh. Okay, it's fine. And then a little Nuln here. Okay. This is the AK black. This is what's replacing model color black because I just can't handle it anymore. But I just want to get this little touch up there before I forget about it. Okay, now for the really fun part, and then we're going to be almost done here. We'll just have to highlight the metallic and then do just a little real brief. Am I going to do a brief oil wash? I think so. I did on the Neophytes, but I didn't really have room to really do anything. Did I? Fuck it. I think I'm fine. I'm gonna look at Junith Erudita and see what I did with Junith. So this is just AK white. I don't know what happened to this brush, but it exploded. That's fine. Using the side of the brush for this big swoop here. We're just going to do the first pass. And this is going to be solid white. I'm not interested in trying to shade this or feather this or do anything weird. This is just going to be white. And it's going to take a couple coats. Dude, this brush just dynamited itself. I'm not 100% sure what just happened with that. That brush actually held a decent point like yesterday. Like this one doesn't hold a point, but it's predictable. Still holds like a shape of some kind. There Okay. You can see how nicely defined that white is. I'm still going to go over it, I think, one more time. The fun part is the actual little, the smaller feathers. I really like this. Which is good. My experience painting Blood Angels definitely is a big advantage when painting these, because these are way bigger than the shoulder insignia for Blood Angels, which I also paint white. And I want that really crisp definition is really the goal here. So one more time, the bigger brush coming through here. And by doing multiple passes with the thin paint, we're avoiding kind of that chalky buildup with white and the brush strokes. Even though it's just a 100 killer missile, we want it to look good, right? Especially because it's going to be sitting next to, you know, an airbrushed white tank, which by definition is going to be super smooth. So now we're going to get the smaller brush out. And come in here. And very carefully start picking out those feathers. And you see how that wash really fades into the background on the feathers themselves, but it leaves us a nice differentiation between each feather. You see that starting to develop there. A little bit more white. Now using more of the side of the brush, going down in the direction of the feather. And then these long ones, we're going to start at the inside and just work our way out to the edge. These big ones are going to take a couple different passes, so we're going to let that dry, come over to the next one, work inside out. Next one. Last one. Okay. Same thing on the fleur-de-lis. We want to make sure to leave that dark line. Lost it a bit on the bottom, but that's okay. And there we have one side of the Hunter Killer Missile. Now it did lose a little bit of definition. On a couple of these, and so what we're going to do is we're going to bring in that blue-black again, thinned a little bit. I'm going to spray. I'm going to do the second half of the Hunter Killer Missile off camera, so you can see where we have a little bit of bunching up here. We could just go straight down the edge like that, straight down the edge, straight down the edge, straight down the edge, and kind of redefine that area between those feathers, and then come back with the white. Nice and easy. There we go. And now, I'm going to do that off camera. And now we're basically just going to do the same thing here. We're going to take the side of the brush, boom, hit that eye on the front, come over here. This fleur-de-lis got a little mangled somehow, so we're going to actually just take let the paint do a lot of the talking for us. One of the challenges of this model range is that the shoulder icons really sometimes don't integrate that well assembly wise, but that's okay. Same thing over here. Keep the brush sideways for the main eye there, and then I'll just pick out all those high spots. And then this is where the real trick comes in. So using the side of the brush, kind of do the wings, or the top part of the wing there, the border. And then here we're just going to be painting really small straight lines. Working from the inside out. There's a feather there. And you see I'm moving the model. I'm not moving my brush. I'm not moving my hands. I'm moving the model. And so I'm really just doing the same. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. I'm just doing the same couple millimeter long stroke with the brush. Move the model a little bit. That way I'm not getting any weird angles. And there you have wings. A little tricky once his backpack gets in the way. That is certainly good enough. And then here, since this fleur-de-lis is really well defined, we're going to use more of the side of the brush. Nice fleur-de-lis on the back there. Alright, now the rubber meets the road with the... I'm not going to worry about the... I know I said that about the studs the first time, but I'm not going to worry about that. I'm going to come back and just hit those individually with the wash. Right now my main concern is just going to be staying out of those eye lenses and getting a nice white, nice even white on the... oh god, come on. It's important to keep track of where your brush is going. Like, I just got more white paint on the black hose that I already fixed. But if I had to pick between the face mat, and I got it on the... We got a little bit on the lens there, so I'm going to take black actually and try, there we go, sneak in a little line underneath the lens. Create a little separation there. There we go, that worked. That worked. And then I'm going to get that blue black. Around those rivets. There's a quick white highlight on those. Face, honestly, the face plate could have turned out better, but it could have turned out a lot worse too. Oh, now I'm going to grab gunmetal from Model Air. This is going to be my new highlight color, I think. Nice medium steel metallic. Nothing too flashy. And I'm really torn on whether or not I should do just a quick little oil on this to really bring out kind of the details in the armor. These clasps I'm going to paint in just gunmetal. No shading or anything, just leave it how it is. And then also edge of the corset there. Okay. And then a little bit of Dwarven Gold. Nice, that's so watery. Shaken enough. It's not covering shit. Try that again. There we go. Just a couple little touch-ups with the Dwarven. All right. Oh. Get that gunmetal again, and just real quick, just run it across. Oh, that's a nice steel. I can live with that for sure. Alright, cool. So I'm going to finish up, and then I'm going to take a look and see if I did... grab Junith here, because this is running long now at this point. But... So you see on Junith's backpack, I didn't do anything oil wash wise. And the reason I didn't is because like on just like her shoulders and stuff, and that little little speaker box on her, like there's not enough really there to justify doing a wash. I probably should have done it on her backpack. I think I'll probably regret it if I don't do it on like the sisters themselves, because I really need that definition. So let's see here. We have my violet wash for my BA. I think will probably be the best choice. Not an overall wash. I probably should have varnished this first. boob plate. And the, oh yeah, I said I was going to do the tunic and stuff. This will also give a little grit, you know? And you know me, I like a little grit. Just keep it super chill on the color missile here. Oops, that's not gonna wash out. Okay. And really, before that has too much of a chance to set up, just wipe that off real quick, put it away. The reason that a wash wasn't completely 120% necessary was because the gold metallic is very slick. So it's not going to tint and stain as much as it would a non-metallic color. That being said, I don't really want to leave it sitting there forever, especially around the non-metallic colors. So, and just very gently with a Q-tip, removing that oil wash. But at least initial impression, totally worth it. Make sure I get it off the face there, though. Yeah, initial impression is that's really nice. I like that. That gave a little bit of definition, a little bit of warmth to an already warm. I mean, it's already a warm gold, but just a little bit of definition, a little roundness, which was really good. So there you can see, you can just see it's better defined. It looks a lot better, actually. So definitely going to do that on the sisters in the future, but I'll probably do a satin varnish and then a wash, let it dry, matte varnish. You know, everything on the model needs to be matte varnished, but we can freaking skip that right now. So last thing, I'm just going to do like the red on the missile, and so I'm just going to finish these up and I'll let that dry, finish these up, and then I'll come back 2 seconds just to show you the finished look, and then we'll be done with this section because it's very, very long so far. So just give me a second. All right, and we're back, and here we have the final kind of application of the gunner in the turret for now. All I did was paint the little disc at the bottom black, give it a little definition. I could have gone a little harder on the oil wash, maybe next time. But the shoulder turned out really well. The faceplate is fine. Fleur-de-lis, I might want to find a better way of doing that as I do it, you know, dozens of more times. The red missile really did look like crap, so I changed it to black, and it looks fine. The wings are really the star of the show anyway on the hunter killer missile. And like this thing will be going like back here, like so. So that's going to look pretty cool. Hanging out back there. And we're moving along. So those are done. Oops. So now in our done pile, we have hunter killer missile, we have the gunner, all the turret boxes, sights, da-da-da-da-da. I'm going to do, like I said, I'm going to do the hatch and the bolters and the thing and the barrel right now. Get those polished off, and then when I come back to film next time, we're gonna do the exhausts and the flames, which is gonna be super cool. So we're gonna do those, and then after that, we get to start on the tank proper. So And today I'm going to be showing you how I paint lenses that are different, like unusual shapes. So I was working on this Castigator battle tank. I've already painted your standard kind of standard round lens, and also that was weird. Also eye lenses, even though you can't really see them too well, but you can see them a little bit. So painted the standard lenses, painted the, what is it, that line right there? That's weird. It's like only if I move quickly. Okay. Anyway, I don't think it'll matter. And I was going to paint the rest of the lenses on the Castigator off screen, just because, you know, there's no new ground to cover. Then I noticed that it has really interesting shaped lenses. So these are kind of that classic Sororitas arched shape there that's present in a lot of their models. And then on the turret here, you have your standard kind of circular one down here. Then you also have a square one up there, and then a rectangular one down here, a little tiny one. And then here is kind of another arch-shaped one, but just a kind of a smooth arch. So I'm going to show you how I paint those. Now they've been base coated with model color turquoise, and then washed. That's so weird. So base coated with model turquoise, and then washed with P3 turquoise ink. And now we're going to start in with the turquoise again, and I'm going to get a nice small brush. It's like a size 0. This one's from Broken Toad, and it's going to be a little bit counterintuitive, but we're going to make so I want this to be pretty thin, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to start highlighting kind of towards the bottom here. And you could see kind of that watermark in the kind of top area. I'm going to leave that. And I'm going to start highlighting here towards the bottom. Now I'm going to get this is going to be more standard, kind of straight up and down. This one is going to be the standard kind of crescent moon shape. Same with this little tiny one here. We'll check if I can get in there. Close enough. And then the rectangular one, I'm going to concentrate in the lower right, but also just drag it across the bottom of that. So here we have that crescent, again, that crescent shape. And then I'm coming back to these to do another pass. Concentrating kind of in the lower right there. And then on the tank itself, kind of the same thing, just starting at the bottom and leaving a little bit of that darker area there at the top. Now I'm going to get this blue-green from Model Color. And for this part, I really want a gradual transition, so I'm going to take it, I'm going to mix a little bit of turquoise into it, so it's not as kind of abrupt a transition. I'm going to start in that top corner, and again, kind of work our way across here. This is really good practice. There are a lot of these interesting shaped lenses and surfaces in this model range. So this is really, really good practice for, it's just a fascinating range of models to paint. Okay. And then here again, we're going to go and leaving that like that. Now we're going to go with the straight blue-green. Again, thin. And we're going to try and concentrate towards the bottom and the right here. So nice and thin. We don't want these transitions to be too abrupt. And you can see how we're kind of building up lighter and lighter. It's okay if it looks a little milky, like the glass looks a little milky. I don't want like lines necessarily. I'd rather have more circular shapes than lines. Here we have here at the bottom. And then again, like 1/3 of the crescent moon there. Classic. And then like that. Come and take in, and then the tank, of course. Making sure to leave that dark line at the bottom. Go maybe halfway up this time. Now I'm going to grab a little bit of white. And I know I'm moving fast, but I want this to be a fast tutorial after that last one. This one I'm going to do independent of the... Anyway, doesn't matter how I'm going to label it. It'll be released at the same time. But okay, very thin. This is blue-green with white. And now I'm really, really focusing on that kind of bottom right area. Very, very thin. All on the bottom. And then really focusing on that bottom right. You can see there. That's looking pretty good. Bottom right. Bottom right on the rectangle there. And then on the tank itself again. Like so. Tank one's getting harder to film. Harder and harder to film. Okay. Now comes the hard part. So now we have, I'll do one more pass with the very light this time. Just right there in the right hand corner. The tank. And now, not thin. Now I'm going to take a very light mix of the blue, green, and white. Very light. You can see how light that is. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do a sharp, very sharp edge going from the dark part of the lens all the way around. And then on the top, using the side of brush, thin paint to get that really sharp edge. Again, side of the brush, very thin paint so I'm not applying pressure. And those look like glass a little bit, huh? Even take a little bit of that white. Just do a little line there at the top, just to give it a little bit of reflective. And then these will be satin varnished, of course, at the end. But, you know, those look pretty good. Pretty good. I'm certainly happy with that. That's a good result. Bottom right. And then on this little guy down here. Try to keep that dark area, which I think we managed to do. Same thing over here, very, very light. That looks really good. Really, really good. Little tiny bit of white. In the top there. That looks really good. I'm really happy with that one. And then of course the same thing. This one's a tricky one to reach, but that one. And then of course just a little dot in the corner there. Looks awesome. Excuse me. And there you have it. Man, those look great. I'm super happy with that. That lens looks really good, and then I'm really happy with these kind of almost church window looking pieces here. And then of course those get juxtaposed with the warm kind of gold armor and the red of the gunner. And it looks really, really good. Now you have a really solid scheme here coming out of the looks great. Super happy with that. So I hope you enjoyed that tutorial. I certainly enjoyed filming it. I love this stuff, man. This is the fun stuff. These are the little details that really, really, really elevate your painting. Kind of knowing how to treat, because it's kind of counterintuitive with the light being towards the bottom, but it really gives a nice depth. Oops, I almost forgot. It really gives a nice depth to almost forgot those. It really gives a nice depth. What am I trying to say? to those little details on the model. And, you know, when we're talking about Sororitas, that's all about detail. So, hell yeah, that lens looks great. Yeah, pretty good at this. I love these. These I'm kind of obsessed with now. But there's one back here too that I probably could have done, but I'm going to skip it because I know it's on the back. But yeah, this army's all about the details. So thanks again. I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. And you know, when you come across a different shape lens in your travels, just paint it opposite of how you would normally. And today we're going to be working on the exhausts for the Sisters of Battle Castigator battle tank, and the flames coming out of the brazier on top of the exhaust. So Tinny Tin is the base coat here. We also have we're also going to be doing some brassy brass for the highlight, little wash, and then this cage on the outside of the exhaust I'm going to do in steel. We're also going to paint the flames, and then after we're done painting the flames, very, very carefully, we're going to come back and paint the cage around each flame. Now, I'm not gonna do all of this work on camera, obviously, because there are 4 of them. When it comes time to do the flames, I will, because there's a lot of glazing that has to happen with the flames. And oops, so when you see that, then we get to that point, you'll see what I'm talking about. But for this part, just getting some brassy brass and kind of an old dry brush, and just making sure to stay out of the holes there. So, and this can be pretty all encompassing here. For now, and then quick little highlight. Okay, all 4 of those now are base coated, and now I'm going to use what's a gold? It says gold wash, but it's really what I use for brass, and it's 2 parts P3 brown ink, 1 part amethyst from Secret Weapon, which could be Druchii Violet would be fine, and then 1 part Nuln Oil. This is a custom mix, obviously, that I kind of cribbed from Dave Taylor Miniatures. And it is the brown is a little bit between, it's like a matte ink, I think is the best way to put it. It's very purple, as you can see here, but it has some brown in it, as a lot of brown in it as well. But it dries matte. The brown ink gives it a really saturated color and a really warm color that works really, really, really well on this brass casing. And it just shades it. It just shades it really nice. And then the matte, of course, you know how I love to use matte to shade metallics, to get that kind of matte satin contrast as well. So I'm going to hold these from this end instead of the flame end for right now. So yeah, don't be shy with the wash. We want this to shade. We want this to be a good coat. The only thing we really need to worry about at this stage of painting is not getting paint on actually the interior of the flame. Alright, and then I'll do the last couple here off screen, let this ink dry. Alright, now that's mostly dry. Come back with that brassy brass here to do that highlight. And we're just going to stick really in the middle here. Very light. Just lighten it up a little bit. Get some of that roundness back into the shape. And that's really it. And we can see the matte shadow, more matte shadow. Nice and shiny. So more matte shadow, nice and shiny on the front end. And that's going to this is also going to contrast really, really, really nicely with the hole as well. That white, very clean white hole for the vehicles. Then we'll start on the fire, and then we'll do the steel at the end all at once, rather than that way we're not handling parts that are finished, really. And the steel is going to be the part that's going to take the most time. I'll be doing the most of it off camera, of course, but because you just have to be you just have to take your time. Like there's no easy way to do it. You just have to get a nice brush and kind of take your time. But that's looking pretty good. That's looking good. And then, like I was talking about, oh my gosh, if I could stop dropping models on these, I would make myself feel a lot better. So get that really nice contrast on that brass, on that white. Still obviously a long way to go on the tank itself with gold, verdigris. There's going to be a heavy bolter here. More gold, more gold. These are going to be the same color as the steel. The grate here be steel. Tracks, obviously. A lot of work to do on the main battle tank, but I digress. So next up, we're going to be doing the flames, and this is going to be a little bit different. We're going to be doing a lot of glazing to get nice blends and layers without having to do airbrushing, because I do not want to airbrush this stuff because it's just going to take way too much time and effort, and I think we can get a really good effect without having to do that. So I have a couple examples here. One of which is Junith Erucia, and you can see here on her backpack and in these braziers on the back here, we have some flames. You notice it's yellow where that flame is kind of the hottest. It's the lightest, so in the actual brazier, and then as it goes out, it gets orange, then red, then ultimately to black on the ends. I may airbrush the black on the ends because that's easy to do and doesn't require any masking. So and you get that blend, of course. So that's a possibility, but that's what we're going to be doing. A little bit different but the same is the my Inquisitor here that has a more exposed brazier. I'm gonna have to figure out how to say that. So that's a little bit more exposed and has more flame, but I really like the blend that I got on this, and it looks really natural. It's very fitting for 40K. A lot of people, a lot of times you'll see people do kind of the opposite, where they'll make it go lighter as it goes out, but I think this works a lot better with the yellow going out to black. I think it looks a lot more natural. So put them off to the side there. And this is cool because you can see how like Junith in the tank, like these palettes are very different, but you can see how they're all kind of work together. A little verdigris on the statue there, which will tie it in with the other elements. The white, obviously white and gold. So that's the idea. That's the idea behind the white tanks anyway. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So far, so good, I think. Don't need a great brush for this. So first things first, we are going to take some orange, some light orange, like orange fire is a good one from Game Color. Also light orange from Model Color. I have flat yellow from Model Color and ice yellow, which is what we used obviously to airbrush it. Those are going to come in later when it comes time to kind of bring the yellow back out inside the brazier. But we're going to be mixing up with orange fire, hot orange, some scarlet blood, or any red really. I just want to avoid Evil Sun Scarlet because I use so much of it in this scheme. Little black gray, and then the black, which I'll probably airbrush. So we just get a little bit of orange fire and water that way down to where it's super watery. Water that way down. That's not really watered down enough. I need a little bit more water here. And this is just kind of tinting. And then we'll come back and re-highlight at the very end. A little bit on the ice yellow here, but very thin. You see I'm using kind of a jacked up brush. This is the No. And then we really just want to get nice, really get it in the recesses, kind of focusing on the recesses there. And the underside. Oh, can't see what we're doing. Glaze. So you see this is not turning this like orange, it's turning it kind of a sickly yellow. But the orange is really settling in the low area, in the crevices and the cracks. I'm going to take some of that off actually. That's exactly what I want. So I'm going to do these last two real quick. Alright, when I'm doing this with the regular palette, I actually just come and get the previous color with the paper towel. Put in a drop of that. This is hot orange, Vallejo Game Air. And this is a Game Air, so this is going to be less saturated, or less opaque anyway. It's going to be very thin. And now we're going to focus more on these kind of upper areas. Maybe the top row of this in here with the brazier, whatever, cage. There we go. You can see it darkening. The overall flame effect. So now we're getting a little darker. And each one of these steps is going to take a little bit less time than the last, as is usually the case. Top row ish. Again, this is fluid. This is, you know, there's not a lot of rules. I mean, actually, that's not true. There are a lot of rules for how fire burns. But this is just, you know, trying to make it look hot, which I think is doable. And then we're going to let this sit for a second and dry. It's important to let it dry because you can get watermarks and stuff if you start moving it around before it's dry. Which doesn't look great. So I'll actually just use a little bit of the hairdryer. Now we're going to move on to Scarlet Blood from Game Color. It can be any red. Any red is fine. I picked Scarlet Blood because it's a paint I never ever use, because I think it's not a very good red. So for like most applications, but because I think it's too transparent, but for this is perfect. See, look how transparent that is. That looks great. All right, now we got that thinned down. We're going to be focusing mostly on the top and kind of towards the ends of the flames here. Make sure to get in those hard to reach places. Glaze, glaze, glaze. Glaze, glaze, glaze. Glaze, glaze, glaze. Come back. I'm going to come back around. We're going to do it again. I really want to saturate the ends of these flames here. Go. Okay. And again, let that dry. Actually, this is a little black gray, so this is not obviously black. This is black gray. I'm going to take a little bit of that, and I'm going to mix it into that red to get this very kind of dirty, desaturated kind of red here. Start working towards the tips. And this is not going to have much of effect this first pass here. Come in here for a second pass. You see it's starting to get a little darker. Okay. Now we're going to let that dry a little bit. Now that we've kind of blended it in a little bit, I'm actually just going to kill the mic on this so I can... That's really it. It doesn't take much to dry because these layers are so thin. And I just want to show that you kind of come in from above to protect the paint that's in kind of the recesses from getting blown around. Because you want it to stay in the recesses. You don't want to... have it spread. There we go. Okay. And then we could come in and like glaze black, glaze black, glaze black, but honestly the airbrush is the better way to do that. But like you can see here, this is looking pretty good. This is looking pretty good. Pretty good. I'm happy with that. Now what we can also do is come back with a little bit of that flat yellow. And a little bit more on the brush here. A little bit more control on the brush here. and just kind of work some of these lower parts a little bit. Flat yellow isn't really a whole lot to, you know, write home about. It's not terribly opaque, but that's good. That's what we want. We want kind of a meh yellow. So you don't want to do too much work down here, right? You don't want to undo the work that we're doing. But we can help it kind of rise up a little bit. You can see on the edges there how it's kind of warming up. So you compare that to that, and it makes a little bit of a difference, you know? It looks hotter, which is good. Which is what we want. So again, we're not having this do all the work in the world, but we do want to just hit a few of these areas, let it heat up a little bit. This is fun. This is like the painting this is a lot of the style of painting that I like to do. It's like the Verdigris and stuff. It's just loose. It's textural, and it's just fun. I'm not worried about, you know, perfect blends, or I mean, I rarely worry about perfect blends, but I'm not worried about, you know, doing something the right way or doing something to get a you know, crisp result. I just want this to actually look hot, not like the slang. Ooh, that's hot, but I think if I could do that with paint, I think that's pretty cool. Yeah, look at that. Looks great. And then a little bit of the ice yellow here at the end, where ice yellow isn't that saturated a color, so I want to be very careful with it. Just kind of coming in here, poking around just a little bit. Just to kind of break up some of this color in here. The coolest thing happens when we paint the cage around the flame. That's when it really comes to life, and that's going to be super cool. So we're going to do that here in a second. But before we can do that, we are going to get the airbrush out, and we are going to just finish off the top of the flames there with a little bit of black. Use black paint, but since I'm going to matte varnish it anyway, let's use a little ink today. Okay. Move these out of the range of fire. Make sure that everything's working. Oh man, this nozzle's toasted. Okay, and then just using the direction of the spray. See? Looks great. That's exactly what I want. Really just focusing on the ends here, because you can overdo that real quick and ruin, like if you just sprayed this too much, you'd kind of get rid of all the red, and then it would just kind of be going from yellow. It would just kind of be going from yellow to black, and it wouldn't look very natural. So the temptation is to just get a lot of black in there, but really that's all you need, because it's just starting to turn into smoke, and that's it. That's done. Done. So empty out the black ink out of the airbrush. And then a little bit of matte varnish. I use Vallejo matte through the airbrush. I have started thinning it with just a little drop of water. I didn't used to, but I'm not. I'm rethinking a lot of processes right now, but make sure everything's working. Perfect. Just kind of focusing on the top here for now. And this is just the ink, because the ink will rub off as I handle the model, and I don't want to lose that. I don't want to mess up the work that I've already done. So I think that's really the part that, you know, everybody came for. Obviously, it was the flames. It's going to look super, super, super cool. Not only on this tank, where, yes, it's going to look cool to have, like, you know, flaming braziers on the tank, like, or flaming exhaust. Like, that's just very 40K. Throughout the army, this is going to be one of those visual touchstones that all of the flames, so all the flames will look like that. When I do my Black Templars, all the flames are going to look like that. So it's going to be, the more I include that in the army and the more that I paint it the same way, the more it's going to be kind of a unifying visual cue throughout the project. And things like that are important. Things like that are what give you kind of a cohesive look across a collection of models. So even if they're from different armies, okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to show you kind of the effect that doing the cage has on the flame, and then I'm going to cut this out because you've all seen me paint metallics before. This is Model Air black metallic, black steel metallic. I want a brush that I can control for this because a mistake just, it makes for a lot more work. I'm not really concerned with OSL. The flames are really going to do that themselves, and so I'm not, like, if you skip this step, it kind of gives like a little bit of an OSL effect, but not really. And then here, around the top is where I think it has the biggest effect. And the kind of interior there. And it's just really going to be a nice outline of the flames and give it a very contained visual. And this is where it gets a little bit tricky, because this is going to disappear, almost disappear into the next vertical piece on the cage. It actually does disappear down there, because you don't want to overpaint the fire. So you're looking for those straight lines, which is still the cage. But look at that. Like, that looks... You can't really see it very well, but that looks pretty cool. And then I'm going to come back, obviously, and highlight it. Okay. We get the idea. Sorry, I'm starting to like zone out into it's almost like the same kind of mental space as like edge highlighting. I may have to find a different kind of medium metallic. This I think is a little bit dark for just my baseline. Metallic for kind of everything, but that's another conversation for another day. But you can see it's starting to look, yeah. It's not really translating super great on camera. I think the contrast is just too big between the super dark metallic and the almost white kind of flames. So I'm going to finish this off, and then I'll come back and I'll show you what these parts look like finished. I'm going to go through and do the steel on the exhaust as well. Steel here as well. And then when we come back, I will show you how those look when they're finished. So we'll be back in a few. All right, so that was just about as invigorating as you guessed it would be. But now we have the finished product, which is pretty cool, actually. So this is the finished exhaust, and I think it looks rad. I mean, this is really, it's the kind of thing that you spend, you know, an hour painting. But at the end of the day, it really does add a lot. Let me get these two on here. You know, it adds a lot to this model. There's a major element of this model. And it just looks rad. And it's just totally 40K, and I love it. It's ridiculous. Like just rolling around, just roasting heretics. Like this is silly, but I absolutely love it. I think it looks awesome. I couldn't be happier with the flames. I think they turned out really, really, really cool. And you have this kind of gilded, you know, battle tank. Come on. No, I'm droopy right now, but gilded battle tank with these like flaming, like, it's amazing. I love 40K. It's so funny. So that's it. Those are the flaming exhaust stacks. And with that, we're actually done with all these little disparate elements here. All these little side pieces that I said we wanted to take care of before we tackle the actual vehicle, the tank itself. You can see here the heavy bolters are done, just standard black. A little bit of verdigris on the medallion there with the fleur-de-lis. Simple metallic, like dark steel metallic, fine. Black bolter casing, perfect. A little bit of edge highlight with the white. Same thing here on the other side, exact same. Flames done, and like we did in the last segment, gunner done, hunter killer missile. And then I actually went ahead and just kind of sussed out the scheme for the main tank, the whole of the tank, by just kind of banging out the turret real quick. This is still going to get an oil wash, which we'll go over in a later segment. This is going to get a Payne's Gray pin wash, very selective pin wash of Payne's Gray. But here you see the verdigris on the little statues in there. We're going to go over that. When we do the main tank, edge highlight with white just to bring out these little architectural elements here. Very important. You see another one of those medallions here. And then some gold trim, obviously. And then we have those beautiful lenses that we painted as well. So this is going to go in the box. Now this box is done pending oil wash. So pending the Payne's Gray oil wash, everything in this box is done. It's ready for final assembly after the wash. So that goes off to the side. And then we are left with just the hull of the tank left. And really there's not, like, it looks like it's going to take a little while. But it's not that much. I already knocked out a couple base coats of the statues. I'm going to go ahead and base coat the stuff that I need to base coat. I really don't need to do a segment on base coating the metallics, base coating the tracks. I did the copper, base coating the gold, washing the gold, washing. These are both going to be washed with Druchii Violet. Like I don't need to do that. So the next one is going to be focusing. We're just going to be focusing on the whole of the tank. So stay tuned for that. And today we're back working on the Adepta Sororitas Castigator battle tank. And when we left off last time, I still had some base coats to do. I'm about halfway. I'm about halfway through that process right now. Let me just get this Nolan on here real quick. What I've done so far is I had base coated the copper for the statues with Vallejo metal color copper, which is a nice darkish copper color. Those will get washed with Druchii Violet when I wash the gold. I've also base coated the steel elements either with gunmetal or black metal, depending on what the element is. And then as you see, just give it a little bit of the Nuln. Now I put the glove on because handling this white tank a bunch after painting, I've washed my hands a couple times, but it's just starting to get, it can get a little dirty, and I don't want that. So put the glove on to protect the white paint. What I'm going to do now, so I don't want this tank So I still need to base coat and wash the gold filigree here that you can see. And the reason that I haven't done that yet is because I do want to weather this up just a little bit around, but I don't want it to be like super scratched up and weathered. I want different units in the army to be weathered kind of differently. Their armor isn't going to be real weathered, being gold armor, but the battle tanks will be a little bit weathered depending on kind of their function. Exorcists, not really a lot. Castigator, not really a lot, because those are more kind of backline tanks. The Immolator will be a little bit more weathered. The Rhino will be a little bit more weathered. But for our purposes here today, I just want to do just a little bit of weathering in some high traffic areas, specifically around the tracks. I want to get some weathering, a little bit of chipping around the tracks, a little bit of chipping on the front here, and on this little side rail piece. And that's really it. Not very much at all. I don't want it to be like a weathered vehicle. Oh, and a little bit on the hatch, on the doors on the hatch. I do not want it to be a weathered vehicle. I don't want that aesthetic. I still want it to look clean, but I want to acknowledge that, you know, it's a vehicle in 40K. And it gives me a little bit of leeway with kind of sponging pigments, you know, this and this and that. The pigments are important because it helps tie the model into the rest of the army with the basing, so that's a priority. We're just going to get a little piece of... Come on. Dude. Thank you. Just going to get a little piece of puck foam, just a regular black and tinny tin mix, and then just really light, just right around the tracks, like so. A little bit on the front here. Okay, and this is going to go quick because this is just, again, this is very, very, very minimal. I am not trying to, and it's just because it's going to get like a lot of traffic and people stepping in and out of it, all along the edge here. Just a little bit right there, a little bit on the bottom. And again, go around the side. I'm not really worried about getting it on the tracks at all. Tracks still have to get dry brushed, and they need, they'll get pigments and everything. So like tracks are going to get it worked over pretty good. They'll get a little airbrush of some enamel, or so, rather an acrylic kind of dust, real light airbrush of that around as well. So those are going to get worked over pretty good. So I'm not really worried about that. And then really just a little bit on the spikes up here, because that's the part of the door that's going to hit the ground, right? When that door gets opened, when that gets deployed. So as you can see, very, very, very minimal. I didn't paint these side rails silver, and in the future, I will leave them off and paint them silver separately. The reason I didn't is because I have to do it by hand, and I won't. There's no way I'm getting in between all of those to make it look right. There's just no way. That's not happening. But when I go to do the oil wash, it'll like shade all that and make it look like a little grimy, so that'll work. But there's just no way by hand that's getting done to a standard that I'm happy with. So we just leave it and learn, and then just do it next time. Not all these tanks have to be exactly identical. So the next time we come across that element on one of these tanks, if it's not already assembled, like the one Exorcist that I have, then we will leave that off. And now I need to do the inside rim of the turret. That gets a lot of wear and tear. And then, of course, the doors, or the hatch, gets a lot of wear and tear. That looks pretty good. Being very careful of those beautiful glass lenses there. Now I got some white. This is just pure white. I'm using the AK white again. Very, very light. I don't want to just cover up all that. But I do want to break it up. I do want to, you know, a little bit of, it's like a faux highlight. A little bit of texture, a little bit of highlight, a little bit toning it down. You're really going to notice on the gray areas rather than the white areas, but so here, just a little on the ends. And on the bottom here, of course. Coming around the bend. See, like there on the end, that looks nice. Just a little, you know. It's going to be a subtle thing, but it's really going to add to the realism of this. A little bit. It's going to add a little bit of realism to this ridiculous church tank, and I mean that in the best way, because ridiculous church tank is like a solid 30% of the reason I play this army, if not more. All right. Inside of the, I don't even want this anywhere near those lenses, so I'm just going to skip it. It's fine. A little bit around. There we go, around the hatch. And that's all I'm going to do for now. Now that that's done, but you can see where I would have sponged on the trim here. Maybe you can't see it real well, but trust me when I say I would have sponged on the trim. Obviously I don't want to do that. So we'll just do that first, and then so I'm going to get back to base coating here with the. Oh my God, did I just? Oh, okay. I'm going to get back to base coating, and then when we come back, everything will be base coated and washed. We'll just run through the highlights real quick before we get on to you know, little individual segments to just kind of tighten everything up at the end. So stay tuned. We'll be right back in just a second. All right, we're back, and here you see nice and dark on the trim. Same on the statues, a little bit more defined. That's not as big of a deal, but it's a necessary step. Washed the metallic parts as well with a little Nuln Oil. Both the copper and the gold are washed with Druchii Violet, as is standard procedure. The little frag launchers as well. As far as the headlights, I think I'm just going to paint them like the gems. I don't want to airbrush them. I don't want to get them all crazy. So I think I'm just going to paint them like gems. And that'll work for those. So, real quick, we're going to do Vallejo Model Air Copper. This is a lighter copper than the model metal color that I used for the base coat. It's just a lighter, and this is to give just a little highlight. What am I doing all the way over there? So this is to give just a little highlight to the copper, give it a little fresh, and so this will help the copper stand out a little bit through the verdigris. If it's too dark, then when we go to do the verdigris over it, you're just not going to see anything. So it's important to lighten it up a little bit so that those will kind of push through and be visible. But it already looks, I mean, it looks nice, you know. It's not a bad looking effect. Like you wouldn't, you know, if you didn't want to do verdigris, you could just leave it there. But for me, the verdigris is really that kind of extra little touch for this army that is going to pull. Just another one of those visual cues that I talked about with the, you know, like with the flames. I can pick and choose my spots with that verdigris because the like the whole color on the vehicles and the Paragon suits and everything, that is not going to match the armor color on the troops, which is typically how you kind of show that they're the same order. But if they have these shared, okay, perfect, that's fine. If they have these shared visual elements, then when you look at it, you'll go, oh, well, they just have, you know, a different color of tank than armor. And again, it's because I think gold Space Marine tanks like the Rhino chassis look like crap, generally. I just don't think it fits for whatever reason, just like orange Space Marines don't work. So this is Elven Gold, scale 75, standard. And this is just using the side of the brush to stay on top of everything. Very gently. Just using the side of the brush. Very gently. Oh, there we go. And then come back on kind of larger parts here. Intensify it just a little bit. Make sure that we get that nice shiny yellow gold. Alright. I'm going to do the same thing all the way around. And then it's really just silver metallic highlights. Oops, I forgot these are gold as well. I'm going to have to clean up that. Little heavy on the Druchii on those. I'll show you how I clean that up here in a minute. So I also have to clean up around the lens on the front of the tank. It's just a little too much of the wash. And then when I do I'm really impatient. If you are new here, that's a theme. If you're not new here, then you know how impatient I am when it comes to painting. So I really, really, really want to get to the oil wash stage before I go to sleep tonight, so that I can see, because that, like with the white armor, doing that oil pin wash is just gonna make this whole tank come alive in a way that if I weren't gonna do it, it just would not be the same. It just wouldn't be the same paint job. So I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I should probably paint some Battle Sisters after this, but I have an assembled Exorcist. That's going to be a challenge, because like this was all fun and games doing this in sub assemblies, and this thing took a while to paint. I mean, this is not a quick project. I don't think anybody really looks at this tank and thinks it's going to be quick, but I have an assembled Exorcist that's going to be. It's going to be difficult just because everything's going to be really hard to reach. Really, the only airbrushing is the white until. Well, I made a mistake actually on this one. I didn't airbrush the tracks and then tape them off before I did the white, which I'll do on the next one. I just forgot. But it's just a totally different approach with it fully assembled. That's how it arrived to me. That's how I traded. When I traded with my friend Ben, he had got it off somebody else and it was already assembled. So it's kind of a third-hand model. Happy to have it. Happy it's here. But it's assembled. Except for like the cherubs and the drive and the gunner or the organist / gunner are separate. So that's the really important part, is that I'm able to access those. But I don't know. We'll see what happens. So a little gold here up at the top to intensify it. Good, good, good. Flip this around to the front. And just a little bit kind of below the lens there. Highlight that. Maybe a little bit above the lens just to give it a little depth. Man, we can't... Let's get in there a little bit. Let's get in there a little bit. There we go. Now we got that kind of yellow gold, nice and shiny. Fleur-de-lis are usually white in this scheme, but I've reversed it. So the fleur-de-lis are white on gold armor. Here we have gold fleur-de-lis on white armor. No, it doesn't match, but visually it occupies the same space. That'll work. So many times I get asked, what color should I paint this? What color should I paint that? And often you already have the answer in your color scheme. Like often it's, people are looking outside their color scheme for another color. And I talk about this pretty often. Adding more colors is not typically what I recommend. My painting style is very vibrant. It's very bold. It's a lot of color, a lot of intensity in the color, but it's not typically, of course, depending on what I'm painting, but it's not typically like a riot of color. It's not like a bunch of different colors. It's usually very bold colors. But lately, last few years, trying to work with a more limited palette and just hammer that palette, and I think I get better results than I did when I used kind of more colors. So really pushing gold and white and red and black in this project, but also in like my Blood Angel project. So when in doubt, and then like the turquoise as that kind of extra spot color. So when I'm kind of stuck, those are the first place I look. Will black work? Will white work? Will gold work? And in the case of the sisters, Verdigris is really just an extension of that turquoise. It's kind of the same palette, but a different application. But with this, so that's a long way to say, if you're kind of stumped on what color to paint something, see if there's something that works within your palette. It doesn't not everything has to pop. I don't need a lot of pop out of the fleur de lis on that part of the tank. I don't need that to show up. So but I want it to be visible because it's important. I do want it to be visually present, which the gold does. So the gold makes it visually present, but not in a way that it draws kind of undue attention, because there's a lot of gold on this tank. A lot of gold on this tank. All right, nearing the end here. I don't know if I'm going to get to that oil wash before I go to bed tonight. That's a bummer. Just working on what I still have to do. I still have to edge highlight. I still have to do the edge highlight and do the verdigris and highlighting steel metallics. I'm going to do that right now with the gunmetal. That's no big deal. That'll take kind of 2 seconds here. I'll do the heavy bolter, but that's not going to take hardly any time at all. This I really just, because I also have to do my regular kind of dark oil wash, dark brown oil wash to shade the tracks before I do the pigment work and stuff on the tracks. Do a quick little oil wash on those, some definition, and that helps with the efficiency, of course, as well. Highlight the heavy bolter, and that's just going to be my standard black and then intermediate blue edge highlight, done. And I'll do that before I do the verdigris. And there's a little bit on the frag launcher here. A little bit on the frag launcher here. All right, those look pretty good. Oh, those little. So these have typically that inquisitorial rosette kind of hanging off the front, and I mentioned it at the beginning of this tutorial series, how the one on the right had broken off, and how it was just going to bug me. So it just kept bugging me, kept bugging me. And so I just ended up cutting it off and then breaking the other one and cutting that off so that they match. And they're not a hazard because honestly what was going to happen is I was going to paint this one. I could have done it all nice and whatever. It was just going to get broken off. Anyway, so that's it. That's a highlight on the metallics. When we come back, we'll do some edge highlighting. Some verdigris. I'll probably do the verdigris first because it's in these alcoves and I have to edge highlight the alcove. So if I hit it with the verdigris, I can edge highlight over it. So verdigris, edge highlight. I'll do the lenses and the bolter on my own time, and then when we come back after that, it'll be time for the oil wash, which is going to be just chef's kiss, finishing touch on this whole deal. So thank you for your support. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the tutorial. I think it's looking pretty good. Pretty good. It's missing a lot, right? It's missing, like when you start to get, okay. Now we start to get some more elements here. Now it's not just like these huge slabs of white. Now there's other colors going on. That will intensify even more with the verdigris on the copper, and then also the oil wash where we get all these shapes defined. So that's it for now. We'll be back with the next segment to do the verdigris, and today we're going to be doing some verdigris. I'm excited because really this is one of my favorite things to do. So it's a little different from the Warboss Killfist Bone Cracker tutorial with the verdigris. That was, I think, like a higher level verdigris, a lot more intentional, and just a lot more extensive, targeted. I don't know. There had more room to work. I was able to do the drips and the different like watermarks and things like that. Same with Junith's verdigris was, I had a huge area to cover. And so those ended up being kind of very different applications. This is a quick and dirty, very loose verdigris for small areas like these little statues. I'm not doing like rain streaks and stuff like that on these statues here. There's just not enough room to operate. So what that looks like in practice, and let's get focused way in here so that we can see what we're talking about. So what that means in practice is these little statues here with the verdigris over the copper. You can see the copper a little bit coming through. You see that shiny copper a little bit, especially here, and I'll show you, how that happens. But that's what we're going to do today with a little bit larger statues on. And let's get focused in because I don't want to have this be one of those tutorials where you can't see shit. Alright, I think that's good. I'm going to try and keep this right on target here. And we'll just move. I'm going to do my best. So, as far as paints go, you need a bunch of turquoises and greens. I have these. I'll run through them real quick. Oops, I'm missing one. And I don't need this one. Okay. So this is about half the paints that I used for the Killfist Bone Cracker tutorial because, again, they're just less gradients, less room to cover, or less ground to cover, etc., etc. Stegonon Scale Green, the GOAT. Do not leave home without this paint. You need to go buy this paint if you don't have it. Go buy 2 pots of it. Vallejo Model Color Turquoise, Vallejo Model Color Blue Green, another clutch paint to have in the repertoire. Scale 75 Scale Color Caribbean Blue, borderline indispensable. Sybarite Green, another incredible paint from Games Workshop. This one is this one performs kind of a unique function in this Verdigris in that these are all blue greens. Like these are all just like really dark blue green turquoise, light turquoise, lighter turquoise, and then I have pale blue or pastel blue from AK, which is lightest turquoise is blue. This is straight up green. This is a green paint. Sybarite Green is a green paint. Verdigris ranges from like dark green, dark blue, dark turquoise. There's a whole host of colors. This is like the secret sauce that kind of gives it a well-rounded look that you don't get if you just use blues. If you just use blues, like it'll look fine. It'll look good even. But you're missing that extra little bit of panache that you get when you stick a little bit of green on there as well. So first things first, Stegadon Scale Green. Kind of a crappy brush, not a great brush. We do not need the brush to be anything other than a delivery system for paint. And here, at the bottom, I'm gonna try and keep, no I'm not, because I don't have room. So, on the palette, a lot of water. You can see how watery this is. Maybe not that watery, maybe a little like that is perfect. So very, very light. And what we're going to do with this is we're just going to go over, we're just going to go over everything. So this is going to be the first kind of pass. This is the deepest kind of verdigris, and then we're just going to give it a little wipe with the finger, and that will keep the outside edge of this statue from just getting obliterated by different turquoise paints. Is that just that little bit of wipe at the end there. Will save us a lot of heartache kind of down the road. Little wipe. Can't just wave the... Okay, I'm having trouble. There we go. We see how thin this is. This is not covering at all. I do not really want this to cover, but I need it to kind of flatten out the copper. I need it to dull it down. I need to get in the recesses, and I need to get like just a baseline level of patina, of verdigris for these statues. Then I can come in and kind of work up off of that. And again, this is the quick and dirty. This is going to be the quick and dirty version of this. It's probably still going to take me, I don't know, I hope it takes like a half hour, but it might be less, because I'm motivated, man. I really, really, really want to get to that that oil wash step before bed tonight. I don't know if it's possible. I might have to wait till tomorrow. But it's going to bug me if I don't do it. Alright. Cool. Little wipe. The thing that I like about this process, especially with like all these different statues, all these different shaped statues here, all of these are going to come out a little bit different, and that's ideal. And I talk about it, the kind of the randomness of nature, the randomness, if you want something to look natural, you know, random. Oh, the little medallions, we're going to do those too. I almost forgot those. That would have been tragic. So we're going to do these. Now you can see this is starting to dry here. You can see it's a little duller, it's a little bluer greener, but it's still, you still have that copper. And now, look at that, very, very thin. That is not thin enough. A little thinner. Not thin enough. This turquoise is so saturated. There we go. So now we're going to come in with Vallejo Model Color Turquoise. And this is going to be a little heavy-handed as well, but not everywhere. So we're not just coating the thing again. We're skipping some areas. Okay? Oops. Gosh darn it. This is hard. This thing's so close to the model. It's hard to... But... Like the camera's like 2 inches away from the model. Because it doesn't zoom. It can just focus in, but it can't zoom. So... Bear with me here. This is much better. So here, again, we're going in with the turquoise, but we're not doing an overall. So each application of this is going to be kind of a little less. I want to focus in here. And then we want to kind of start with the next color. I want to start concentrating on areas that would get kind of where moisture would sit. I want to start thinking about that. So we're just going to start getting in the frame of mind to start worrying about that. But here you can see already looking pretty fierce. A little bit. So there we go. That's drying. Vallejo Model Color blue-green. Oh, way too much. Like, just seriously, the least amount of paint you can put on the palette, that's how much you want to put on the palette. Because it's... Now, this is basically colored water, is what I'm painting with. And that's perfect. So this is even less, because what the watering it down this much does is it lets it sit naturally in those lower areas, but it also is not going to obscure the surface. It's going, or the outer surface, it's going to sit in the recesses more. That's a little too much of the blue-green on that guy there. That's better. But I want to make sure I'm not neglecting kind of the corners. I'm not neglecting this kind of halo piece up here, because that's going to get a little bit of love. But see, now we can start kind of focusing a little bit on maybe some areas that'll get a little bit more kind of settling moisture, like the crooks of the arms here, above kind of there. This is too much. This is not watery enough. There we go. You see how it's just like sitting down in those areas? Get that little rub. Because it's going to rub off. And there's a famous, places that get contacted, especially if they're touched by people, will not get the same, will not get patina, because the oils in people's hands will actually polish the metal. We don't have to think, you don't have to go this deep on a Sisters of Battle Castigator tank, but it's fun to think about. There's a famous I think it's a bridge. There's a famous sculpture on a bridge in, I think, I want to say Prague or Poland. I know very different areas, different countries. But there on a bridge. There's a sculpture of a man and a dog, and the whole sculpture has this layer of patina, in age, except for the dog is bright brass because people pet the dog, and so the oils in their hands and the rubbing of it polishes the statue. Check it out; it's pretty cool. 1 second, I'm going to turn the mic off so I can do the hairbrush. Alright, that was instead of like pausing to let everything dry. Anyway, yeah, so again, we don't need to get that deep in the practical application of verdigris, but something to think about. But it also can explain why the outer, so like on the plinth here, you'll obviously get a lot of moisture. This crook in the hands, kind of beneath the cowl there, like top of the book there, and again the top of the plinth there. Obviously moisture is going to accumulate at the bottom. This is the Caribbean blue. Now we're starting to get into some really green, some really light territory. This is when things get super fun, because this is when it really, that verdigris really starts to come out. This is probably the closest color to like Typhus Corrosion, is this Caribbean blue. It's not as blue. Typhus Corrosion is like really, really blue. Or am I thinking, is it Nihilic Oxide? Maybe it's Nihilic Oxide. You know, I need to learn GW paints better, I think. Just to be, you know, more accurate in times like this. Whatever the verdigris, like Vallejo verdigris too, the technical, kind of Vallejo technical paint, it's pretty good, but again, it's one color. It's one, like, that one's, I think, that one's pretty pale blue. And like it looks fine, but it's one color, and one color is not going to look as good as, because verdigris, if you look at anything that's verdigris that has aged like that, Statue of Liberty for example, just an infinite range of greens and blues within that weathering. So to just have one color is why it doesn't look as natural when, you know, when that's the approach. So again, concentrating on the feet. Now we're starting to look really close. Now we're getting real close here. And then I'm going to grab this. Now I'm going to come in with the Sybarite green, and you're hopefully going to be able to see how this really takes it to another level. So this is looking good, right? This does not look bad. But it's blue. It's like a turquoise blue. Now we come in with a little bit of that Sybarite, and you can see how much more variation we get. The medallions is a little less dramatic. I'll be very careful painting that black, but You see how, so it's like the difference between this and this. This, blue, I mean, looks good. And this, more interesting. So this part is, in my opinion, indispensable to get that other tone in there. And because if you just ask people what color is the Statue of Liberty, they're going to say green, right? There we go. And now the final little push is the pastel blue. This is the final pièce de résistance. In this, we really want to be careful because this can take over very quickly. It even needs to be more watery than that. This is pretty watery already. It's going to look almost white on camera, and it looks almost white on the Model 2. You do a couple little streaks. But once it dries, you see it's a little less dramatic once it dries. Maybe in the little tiny bit on the bottom of the... There we go. I haven't even gone back to the palette. I'm just using this kind of water in the brush because it has such a profound effect. Go back to the palette a little bit. Make sure I water it down. And this is really just in the cracks there. Careful, I don't want this to look like bird shit. So, boom, Verdigris, quick and dirty, and that looks pretty good. And that's going to be another unifying. It also helps to offset the gold, which obviously gold doesn't tarnish. They're going to polish up the gold, but they're going to leave. These are statues of saints. They're really going to kind of. I feel like they're going to leave these alone. They'll come by, touch them, maybe, but these are going to be more kind of revered, kind of in situ, whereas this is like, you know, when the whole thing gets washed, like they'll just wash that. These get a little more use because they're on the actual ramp in the back, so these will get worn a little bit more, but I think it looks great. So now we can kind of focus out and take a look at the overall picture a little bit. And that adds a really nice element, I think, to the side of this. And then coupled with oh, there it is. Okay. Lost the turret for a second. That's really nice. It ties in with the turret. Nice juxtaposition with the flame there. Nice contrast. This is going to look cool. This is going to look cool. All right. Now, I'm going to paint the heavy bolter and stuff off camera because, you know, you don't need to watch me paint that. But when we come back, we're going to do some edge highlighting on the white, and then it'll be time for oils, and I'll be a very happy person, even though it will be tomorrow because it's late now and I'm tired. I've filmed a ton today. these I think came out really well. I'm really happy with the statues. And 20 minutes is 20 minutes. That's all it took, 20 minutes. Because I'm not overthinking it. I'm not like, you know, going crazy on I'm just gonna touch up. Oh, I'm not over analyzing, but let me just come in here and just touch this up after I said I was done. It's just fluid. It's just fun. It's one of the reasons why it's so fun to paint. So I'll finish off the heavy bolter. I'll finish off the lenses for the headlights, and then when we come back tomorrow, I'll go through the edge highlighting with the white, which will really help define some panels. But then once we hit that pin wash with the paint spray, whoo, everything's gonna come together. And it's going to be great. And today, we're going to be really finishing up the brushwork on the Adepta Sororitas Castigator battle tank. Where we're at now is pretty much everything is done. As you can see, I did the headlights here. I did them a little different than I do just like a traditional lens. I did it more like I did like the windows or these lenses, except I kind of rushed it a little bit, which, you know, I mean, it's fine, whatever. But rather than doing just a purely like a hard lens like this, so instead of doing like the swooshes and everything, it's just kind of like a milky blend. I think it looks pretty cool. I think it looks like a different kind of glass maybe than the hard actual like targeting lenses and stuff, which is cool, you know. Painted the heavy bolter, no big deal, and you know, some highlights. Yeah, it's fine. NBD, as they say. So, just gonna get a little of the AK white here. Get a good brush. I'm gonna break out a new medium layer for this, and we're just going to start in with some edge highlights. The AK is pretty thin, and what we're going to do is using the side of the brush very lightly, and because we have that thin paint consistency, we do not have to press very hard, and we get the nice sharp edge. So we're just going to draw that across here. And I don't really want to mess with the sponged areas because I don't want to put like a straight line over all that sponging. I'm going to get the tops of the... And it's subtle, like especially on a white tank. You can see there the change is pretty subtle, but it is meaningful to do it. It's not something that we just want to skip, right? You could just see it. Oh god, I need to lower the. Hang on. Is that better? Not really. Hang on. How about that? So you can see it a little better now. It's not as like overexposed. So we just come down here. And it really just helps to define the panels, and really that panel modulation highlighting really gets defined at this point of the process, because this is that hard line between those panels, literally, right? So I just come through here. With the front of this thing. And then these are the ones that are really going to make the big difference, is these kind of straight vertical lines. Edge highlighting white next to like the white highlight is not, we're not getting a ton of mileage out of that. But these here, so like these edges right next to the dark gray, and this is just using the side of the brush very, very, very lightly. Hardly any pressure. Oh, itch in my nose. Very, very light pressure. There we go. And these arches. But like these little arches here, like they're really hard to differentiate from that little wall behind until you do this edge. And then now those really stand out nicely. And then we do things like very gently. We're going to do the inside and then the outside. Same stroke. Outside edge, inside edge. Then I'm going to flip this over. Inside edge, outside edge, outside edge, inside edge. And it just gives a little definition there. This arch is really going to benefit. Now, unlike really any other color, there are going to be areas of this that like we don't even highlight because there's just really no point to edge highlighting white on top of white because it just doesn't show up at all, because there's no way to make that any lighter than it already is. But like things like this are really, really, really important because that extra architectural detail, like it'll be defined when we do the pin wash with the oil, but without that nice little crisp edge, look at that. So that really shows up now. That really shows up. Like this corner here, extremely important. Extremely important. Corner right there. This corner a little less, but I still want to try and hit it very gently. Very gently in the side of the brush. Now we're starting to get some definition on the front armor plates there. And it looks great, you know. A little bit there. That one's always kind of sketchy. Side of the brush. Side of the brush. Side of the brush. Side of the brush. And that edge down there, edge down there. And now if you really want to get that was too thick. Bottom there. We can come in and do these. And that's really it. We're going to come around and just do this all the way around, you know. Do this one very light. And that's not perfect, you know? But it's certainly going to help define these shapes. And I need to find a common ground or a way around here, because I've just been skipping around. So like this is not really going to show up, but it's going to help define. There we go. Around the turret box, I don't need to do. The turret's going to cover that. These I don't need to do because the heavy bolter thing's going to go on top of this and hang over, and then the heavy bolter is going to be in front of this. So I don't really need to do that. I will come back and do around these architectural elements here. And that edge, which I clearly overestimated, but I can just erase that with, yeah, it's not perfect, but happy it's on the back of the tank. Nice edge there. Nice edge there. Bring it down there. Don't mess with the sponged part. Now we can start on the outside here. Just hit this just to stay in shape. Even though that, like, because I'm highlighting right next to that white, that's not really going to show up that much. Get across here. Forgot that on this side. Like, this is going to be quick. We're not spending a lot of time on this. Like, it takes me longer to edge. It will take me longer to edge highlight, you know, basically any other space green color scheme than white. It's just harder to get it to show up. But that doesn't mean it's less effective, because that looks nice. You know, we're defining shapes, so that's really what we're here to do. And just little things like that, like just on the peak here, even if I just did that, that makes a huge difference, you know? Huge difference. Really, I'm impatient. I can't wait to get to the oil wash part of this, because that's really, this thing's going to go, it's just really going to clearly define all of these shapes and all of these different elements are just gonna jump off the tank. Whereas now I feel like the white is a lot, it's a lot more of like a it's a lot more of like a background color, even though it's kind of the main color of the tank. The white is kind of a canvas for the rest of the paint job right now. But after that oil wash, the white will be more kind of the main character. I think that meant... Okay. And then the last ones that I like to do, but again, like that's not even, but then we can come in here, like so. But because, and again, because this is white, I'm not even going to highlight this stuff here. It's not going to do any good. Just really defining these panels, getting those shapes down, getting these shapes down, boom. Really, that's like it. I don't really need to spend a lot more time on it. I'm fine with it. I'm good with it. So what I'm going to do now is get everything ready for the oil wash and get everything gloss varnished that I'm going to oil wash. So that'll be the main hull of the tank, Let's zoom back out here. So that'll be the main hull of the tank. Both sets of heavy bolters. We'll get that oil wash. The sponson lids, I guess, or whatever. The hatch. Turret, obviously. I will probably hit the back of these just to be... Nah. Those are too small and I don't really worry about them. And that's it. Everything else... Actually, this will get a different oil wash. That'll get the same oil wash that the tracks get. So, this is going to be it for the oil wash. I'm going to gloss varnish. I'm going to gloss varnish all this stuff. And then when we come back in the next segment, we're going to do the Payne's Gray pin wash. And then we'll be real close to being done with this thing. And today, big day. We're going to be doing the pin wash on all of the white armor. Which is really exciting because that's really going to make these panels and everything pop and really going to make the white come to life. So, be using an oil wash for this. It's the easiest method, in my opinion, and the most effective and the most efficient. So, Artist White Spirit, I'm using a Payne's Gray, which is a really desaturated blue color. Dark, very dark, desaturated blue. Blue-gray, which is perfect for our purposes here today, especially because we did use blue-gray for the base for the white. So it's going to be very complementary. It's going to blend right in. Mix this with the White Spirit to get this blue color you see here. It's really blue. It's very blue, but it's desaturated. So synthetic brush, I'm using a smaller brush. As far as viscosity, as transparency, you really want this to be mixed up well. Shaking it doesn't really do it. You really have to stir to get and I'll show you the color here on this paper towel. You see how dark that is, how desaturated that blue is. So I'm gonna move everything else way out of the way. Oh, I'm also going to need my standard black and burnt umber, and I'm going to need my standard. This is my standard kind of oil brush, application brush. I'm going to need that for just a couple things. But we're going to start with the Payne's Gray because that really needs to dry fully. And what we're going to do is we're going to let the capillary action carry the wash. This is not going to be an all-over wash. This is a pin wash. So I gloss varnished it. I use Liquitex gloss. You can get it at, art supply stores. Through the airbrush, nice coat on this. I want a thick coat on this because I want it to protect the white. I don't want it to stain. And you can see that capillary action. And because we use gloss varnish, it's going to stick in the corners there. And you can see it drawing into the crevices, into the corners. Like so. We get around these rivets here. And then we're going to let that dry. I'm also going to do the underside real quick. We don't have to be quite as careful because, really not going to see it, but it's important to have it done. It's that piece. And then we're going to go around and just do all of these, right? So I just touch it, and you can see you can see it traveling all along the edge. Now when I come back with my Q-tip, and this is going to be dry, and very lightly I'm going to go back over this, and it's going to pull all the extra wash from around the seams and the indentations and the panel lines, but it's going to leave the oil in the recesses. And that's what's going to define these shapes. So like with this, I just, come on. There we go. There we go. Little on that there. And I use this Gamblin, not my favorite brand. Winsor & Newton, which if you go to like Michael's, Winsor & Newton is like the tier 2 oil. You don't, I haven't found the big difference between Gamblin and the Winsor & Newton. I just found that the Winsor & Newton kind of mix better and they stay mixed longer. The Gamblin really starts to settle in the jar very quickly, which just means I have to mix it up more. It's not, you know, it's like a very minor inconvenience, but it's a little annoying. And I'm at an age where minor inconveniences that are a little annoying, if I can eliminate some of those out of my life, I'm a happy guy. So I want to get in around these windows. These are gloss varnish, so this isn't going to, you know, ruin anything that we've done so far. Make sure to get in here. Man, this is already paying off. This is so exciting. This is like my favorite part. So you can like already start to see how much this is going to help everything. Get around there. I don't know that I really need to go in where the statues are. I think I want to leave that alone because I feel like that's a rabbit hole I don't really want to go down. Because like if that's not the thing to do, there's no real way for me to fix it. It's just kind of, it's like what's done is done. And if I mess up those statues, I'm going to be sad. Because I really like how they look right now. So, maybe we'll do one. That kind of just settles. Nah. It's not bad, but I don't know that it's necessary. Get around that gold trim just to define it. Definitely going to get in there. In these architectural elements. This is where it's really, really, really going to shine. So I just overdid it on this first one. Just put too much in there. But I don't think it's a flawed idea in general. we go. Get around the filigree there. Get that little box. And then there we go. There we go. All right. Always a little nerve-wracking doing the pin wash versus doing like the overall wash that I typically do. Pin wash is just a little bit more controlled. This I definitely want to just hit the inside of this, just to get a little shadow in there. Ooh, that was a lot. Get all these rivets. Get around the gold here. So that gold trim is really going to get defined again as well. That. Make sure you get around all these little rivets here. And in here, we can be a little bit looser. This is going to be hiding behind all kinds of stuff. So even though the gloss varnish does give a lot of leeway, we don't want to press our luck and just get it all kind of willy-nilly. And then on the back here, and then I'm gonna cut away, and I'll do the other panels and stuff kind of off camera because it's just the same. All these architectural elements back here. Inside and out, so this is going to be more of an overall back here. But I really want to make sure to have a clean line, because the line is what's going to stay. Everything else is going to get picked up by the Q-tip. The lines are what's going to stay, so that's what we want to kind of focus on. There we go. All right. And then for these, it's just like, psh. There's so many little indentations. This is more of an overall. But then like when it comes to the panels, I can do that capillary, boom. All right. So I'm going to pause and then we come right back. This will be ready to take off. Okay, now that we have the pin wash done on the main part of the tank, all the panels and everything, I'm going to come in with my standard, this is just my standard black and burnt umber oil wash, and I'm just going to hit the kind of creases here in this gun barrel. And just get around that gold filigree just to find that real nice. done with that. And then the real reason I got this out, come and do these tracks here. And I didn't avoid the tracks with gloss varnish, but I didn't like intentionally gloss varnish the tracks either. I want them to get a little dirty. I want them to get a little grimy. And for this, I want this to dry fully. The pin wash especially, because I don't, if it's not fully dry when I come back with the Q-tip, I'm just going to rub the oil out of the recesses, and that's where I need it to stay to give me that pin washed effect. I am going to cheat a little and use the hair dryer. It's not cheating, but you have to be very careful because it has to be like mostly dry. Because you don't want the air from the hair dryer to like push it around. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute it, but I'm going to use the hair dryer on low. So not the high, but the low setting. And it's on warm, but it's on warm, it's on low. Come in here, because that will facilitate drying out these oils and getting them ready for removal. And I don't want to rush, but again, I'm impatient and I'm filming. So, like, I'm not going to leave this. Otherwise, I'd probably leave it for, like, hang on. I'll be right back. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, so we're back. It's been, I don't know, maybe 10 minutes. I did use a hair dryer. Now I just have some Q-tips and then a little salsa cup with some white spirit. And this is where the magic happens. This is what I've been waiting for. So, Q-tip, very light. I don't need a lot of white spirit, and this is not going to take hardly any pressure at all. Boom, pin washed. How easy was that? Clean up under there, I guess. A little bit. Yeah, because of that gloss varnish, it's not like adhering to the surface, and it's also not staining the surface. And this is something that I talk about when I'm using oils. Look at that, boom, pin washed. Something I talk about when I'm using oils is like using them for different purposes, different effects. Whether you varnish or not, or how much you varnish, has a profound effect on how the oil behaves and what ultimately what effect it's going to have on the model. Like with my forward ops, my camo, my desert camo scheme, I don't varnish at all before doing the oil wash, and it totally changes the color of the model. But because I did gloss varnish, which is obviously with a white model is not what we want, but because I did a nice heavy gloss varnish, I just end up with this pin washed panel lines. And I use oil wash instead of like enamels because I feel like for me, because it's, you know, it's what I have, it's more flexible. I'm able to mix and change the viscosity and everything how I want it. It's also, it stains less in my experience than enamels, but they each have their uses. This is just, for me, this is where I like to use oils rather than enamels. Enamels for me are more of a weathering thing, but that's a personal preference thing. I know a lot of people use panel liners, enamel panel liners with great success, like the entire Gundam hobby. So there's nothing wrong with using panel liners. This is just what I use. So I'm going to make sure to get everything off the glass because I don't want anything messing up that beautiful glass. I'm really proud of that effect that I got on those. And it's little things like that that I love finding in the course of a paint job. You never, you know, the things that you don't expect. You plan on like, well, I'm going to do this. Look at that. How much better defined this is than it was before. See, not too crazy, but definitely worth the time. But like this is where it like, boom, there we go, nice defined, nice and defined. That's where I hate using gloves. So when I have a bare hand, I can feel when something's on my hand, and so I'm not leaving like fingerprints everywhere. When I have a glove on, I can't feel if there's something on my hand, and I typically, that's when I make mistakes and like leave oil fingerprints. So it's messier, and yes, it gets on my hands or whatever, but all right, now we're really cooking with gas here. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Look at that. Perfect. Perfect. Wow. Man, I'm really happy with how this is turning out on this pin wash. I think it's partly like a sigh of relief because the last time, because even though, you know, I do this a lot, like things can still go wrong. And the last time I was oil washing a bunch of stuff with my Spartan and with some Titans, well, not on the Titans, but with my Spartan, last tank I did, things went sideways with the oil wash, and it was like sloughing paint. It was just not good. Look at that. Really nice. Really nicely defined. And so I still get nervous sometimes when I do these techniques, because if something goes wrong, it's tough emotionally. And see, I can't really get in there with the Q-tip, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my brush, and I can just brush in there. And that will draw out a lot of the paint from the surface. Like so. Then I can come back with a Q-tip and kind of pick up. Now that it's kind of liquefied, it's easier to pick up. There we go. And now you see how nicely defined all these architectural elements and stuff here are. And I just didn't. Make sure, and I'm really going to go by sections so that I don't miss things. So I'm starting on this side and go up and down this side, and now the little step plate here, now you can see how that's now shaded. I mean, it's hard to tell, but way better than I could have done if I tried to paint it in a metallic. Even though really I think it should be metallic, but next time worry about that. There we go. And by moving top to bottom against the grain, I'm leaving that paint in the recesses there. There we go. Okay. And this is just such a rewarding part of painting. Come down on these architectural elements back here. Remember, we're not pushing too hard because you absolutely will rub paint off if you push too hard. Okay. You can tell I get like a little bit less patient, or not even less patient, but like I can see how the oil's acting, so I feel like I know what I can get away with. And so it's a little sloppier like on this side than it was on the last side where I started. But that's normal. Human nature, I feel like. The edge highlighting on the 10th intercessor is always a little more textural than on the first one. Your batch painting. And then I'll come back. So I'm going to let this dry. Then I'll matte varnish. Then I'll come back and satin varnish, which I'll go over. But satin varnish on the gold. Metallics. To get that shine back. And then it'll be time for pigments and scorching and weathering and stuff. And it'll be done. Final assembly. Which, man, I'm really, really happy with this. It was a little bit of a gamble to go with the white. Not only because white's just hard to do, but with the scheme. And I think it looks really good. There we go. Man, this is cool. Love when a plan comes together. This is another place where I can't really get the Q-tip in there. Anticipating that'll also be the case on this side. Just from in between the lights, the housings there. Oof, that's a lot of really flooding it there. Alright. Barring any unforeseen make sure I get that arch in particular pretty clean. Okay. I think that's it. I think we are good. Man, that just looks so much better with everything defined like that. It's not perfect. There's a little bit of, you know, a little bit of grit, a little bit of overlap, but man, it's a lot better defined than it was. So I hope you found that illuminating. I'm going to let that dry. Oops. Let me get this done. I'm going to let that dry and hit it with the hair dryer. Get it totally dry before I'm going to matte varnish everything. And then let's see, what order do I want to do this in? Matte varnish, satin varnish, assembly. Pigments. Done. Okay. So I'm going to let that dry, and then when we come back, I'll do varnish. So we'll be right back. Okay, I just hit it with a little bit of the matte varnish, and now we can see we get a little bit of clarity on... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I picked it up too fast. God... Oh, impatience. Damn it. Even fingerprints in this thing. This is just air. I'm rushing. Okay. Just can't help it, I'm sorry. Okay, it looks fine. Okay, I'm going to try not to just, like, ruin this model 15 minutes away from finishing it. I think that would be swell. AK Satin Varnish. And with this, the goal is just to get the luster back, so you can see how dead that gold is now. Like, it's kind of shiny, but it's like not that shiny. What we're going to do is we're going to come in here with the satin. No thinning. And we're just going to hit the... We're going to hit the gold trim. Right? And we're going to hit all these beautiful lenses and glass pieces and give them a little shine as well. All the gold. And then for this filigree, we're just again going to put the brush sideways. And it doesn't have to be a lot. We're not putting a ton of varnish on there, but it is going to make a big difference. So now you can see. Now look at how shiny that gold is compared to that gold. See that filigree is kind of kind of sad, and then that filigree is back to being nice and shiny. So it does make a huge difference. And that's why, so this extra step takes a little bit of time, but it's why I take that time on all of my models that have. I generally don't necessarily go back and do all of the steel metallics on the models, because I think that kind of matte steel has its own aesthetic and it has its own kind of look to it. Generally blades I will, but when it comes to just like I'm not going to do this on the tracks, right? But for like things that are supposed to be polished, or things that are supposed to be, you know, like glass, like gold or glass. I always come back through with the brush and brush on the satin varnish, and it just gives it that little, everything's protected, everything's lustrous, but it just gives it that little bit of finish, polish that it needs. Statues are going to stay matte. Those do not get satin. Verdigris is not shiny. So those are just going to stay as they are. Everything else is going to get some satin varnish. And then as far as Scorching goes, I don't know that I'm going to do a whole lot. I'm going to do a little bit on the barrel. Furtherly down there. But I'll do the Scorching in the next segment. So again, sideways brush. Look how shiny. Love it. Shine is back on that filigree. Then I'm going to come in and do just do the rest of this here. You know, like so. Make sure I get here, make sure I get across the top here. But I'm not like digging down and getting the inside kind of edge where that oil wash sat. I'm not going there because I want that to stay kind of dark and matte. I don't want that to be shiny. So we're getting that nice shiny matte contrast along with the kind of warm cold contrast, the warm gold and the cold kind of bluish oil wash. So just a lot of good things contributing to why this ends up working as well as it does. Lens, railings. Okay, I'm going to finish this and finish this off camera, even though it's almost done. So, like I said, when we come back, I'm going to do a little bit of Scorching, maybe just on the barrels of the heavy bolter and the battle cannon for sure, but not a whole lot. Maybe this vent here, but I don't know. A little dicey. Because again, it's not really like a weathered... It's not really like a weathered tank. I don't know. Glass. And then the final kind of pigment thing I'm excited about too. So... And that's really it. That's it for the satin varnish, I think. This is already super shiny, but we'll come and hit it with some satin just to stay in shape. Get that oil wash, which does dull it down a little bit. So, all right. I think that's it. Everything else has been satin varnished like as I went, so we'll leave those alone. And okay. And so when we come back, we're going to do the last little bit of weathering. I'm going to do some airbrushed kind of dust effect, and then we'll do some pigments and scorching, and we'll be done. So thanks. Look at that. Much better defined now. And now when we put these, now we put these flames and stuff on them, it's not as, now everything looks kind of well defined, right? So we'll see you back here in just a few to finish up the model. And today we are hopefully, I think, we're going to try to finish the Castigator. So, first things first, we're going to do a little bit of scorching. Just a little. I don't know that I'm going to do that vent in the back because it's like pretty much completely covered and it's not really like an exhaust. Same thing for this vent. Typically, I might do this vent on like a bunch of different vehicles, but for this vehicle specifically, I think I'm going to skip it because really it would stand out too much on the white vehicle. Like if that's the only part that I'm really doing, it's just going to stand out too much. So I'm going to skip that. I'm not going to do this vent back here because that's pretty much going to be covered anyway. So really, I'm just going to do, and of course I'm not doing the exhaust stacks because those are actively on fire. Now, if I was super cool, I would do some scorching like here. That would be pretty cool, actually. From the flames, that would be neat. Just like a little bit of scorching at the top there from the flames. That would be kind of cool. Yeah, let's do that. And then I'll put the turret back. A little bit on the heavy bolters, and of course the battle cannon. So this is like a real. The scorching at the just straight onto the hull is going to be a little bit of what I call a butt clench moment, because that could just ruin the model. But I think it's one of those things that kind of just makes too much sense from a practical standpoint. Like, of course, there would be scorching on the hull of the tank, right by these burning braziers, right? So, and then the heavy bolter, easy enough. Make sure there's nothing on the back. Oh, this little thing here, I always do. Make sure there's nothing on the back, nothing on the sides. Okay. It's too late now, so like I don't know why I was going to dry fit something. This we're just going to do a little bit here. And then, of course, a little bit there. Okay. Ooh, it makes me so nervous. Just spraying the ink on the hole like that. So nervous. Just not cool at all. I think it's gonna work though. And I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna be a cool detail. Sorry. This is FW Ink Burnt Umber and Dalarani Black inks. That's what I use for scorching because they are a little transparent. And they just cover better and it's easier than using paint. The transparency is really what I value though, so. Okay, now just easy. We'll make sure to leave some of that umber. You can see, you can see some of that umber around the edges. I want to make sure to leave that. I'm going to try and do the same on the barrel. It's a little harder to do on like heavy bolters than it is on larger barrels, obviously, but you know. With that, because that does look like a little exhaust piece there. So here we're going to try and just do oh, why did I do that? I'm rushing. This nozzle is toasted. Let me tell you, because it's like bent out at the end. There we go. Because the ink is coming through even when I'm not pulling back on the trigger. That's never a good sign. Okay, there we go. Okay, now a little bit of matte varnish. Make sure it works. That off there. Okay. Man, I just love that effect. That's so fun to do. That looks great. That looks great. I'm really, really happy with that. That's just some still wet. There we go. Do that again. That again. And then need to make sure to do, because the washes do, or the inks do dry satin. So this is just air. So now we have those little scorch marks on the hole like that. Little details that really ends up making the model. Yeah, so it's super subtle, but I think that frag launcher's in the way there. But I think that's super cool. How it just kind of shows it interacting with its surroundings, right? And it's subtle. It's very subtle. Like, it's one of those things you're not necessarily going to notice unless somebody points it out. But I think it was the right call. I think it does look good. Interacting with the surroundings like that. So, up next, actually, we should attach a couple of. Nah. Yeah. No, we'll wait. Okay. So, all that stuff is done. Pretty much everything to this point is done. All we need to do now is one last little thing with the airbrush, and then we can just do some pigments on the tracks and call it a day. But so we're going to do the airbrush thing, and that thing is a light brown splash mud from Vallejo. It's an acrylic weathering product. It's like a wash. Oh my gosh. That was unnecessarily difficult. One second. Okay, so this is an acrylic. It's almost like a wash. But what I do with this on vehicles, and this is not really going to show up that much on this tank because it's white, but I airbrush it to get like a dust. Gives me this very, very subtle dust effect. Which I find really sells atmospheric weathering on these projects, along with the pigments. But this really gives that like really fine dust discoloration is what this does. Roll on tracks. Roll around the track with a track guard. So what this does, you can see there, just a little bit of discoloration on the bottom. It works especially well on like red and black tanks, which is, you know, handy for my other armies. But I think it's important to do. And then, actually, I guess we can. There's no reason I have to do the assembly before I do the pigments. So I'm gonna do pigments, and then I'll do final assembly once the pigments are fully dry. Except I don't really want to handle. Where am I at? 13 minutes? Okay, we can do final assembly real quick. I don't want to handle the tank when the after I put the pigments down, I just want to put the tank away and let the pigments fully dry. So now comes the super fun part. My favorite part. Let's go with the sponsons first. I don't think it matters which side these go on. But let's get these lined out here. that piece, and then the heavy bolters. Those do matter which side they go on. So this, I don't care if these are able to be moved when they're assembled. I generally don't like having moving parts because it just means that paint's going to rub off, but I have to apply pressure, so I am going to, whoops. Yeah, whatever. The glove broke, but I don't want to leave like little paint fingerprints behind. So this is just going to get a little bit of glue at the top here. Now I lined up the heavy bolter just how I wanted it, just in case that drop of glue kind of sticks and leaves, freezes that in place, then it's frozen in place and whatever. Put the little glue on top of these because this is going to be resting on there. There we go. Look at that. Looks awesome. Turn it. Orient everything the right way. Put that on there. Line it up how I want it. Right, put that on there. A little bit of glue on the back here. A little bit of glue on top. Get off, get off, get off. Okay. Oh my god, this looks so cool. This looks so cool. Next up we'll do the flames. And so this is going to be a little bit trickier because I do want to get a little bit of extra glue on those parts. And now the flames are definitely headed in back towards the back of the tank. So the flames do go, it doesn't matter what side you put them on. So just keep that in mind when you're assembling. Like these flames are traveling that way, so they go on the back, or they go on this side. Both those flames are traveling that way. Man, this thing is cool. Man, this is so fun. It's the best part. Best part. Especially when painting stuff in sub-assemblies for so long. This thing's been I'm excited. This thing's been in sub-assemblies for weeks. So to finally have it done, I'll get to take final pictures, get to put it on the shelf with novitiates and Junith. Oh. There we go. That was close. All right, that's the main hull. Fucking cool. Look at that. There we go. Make sure that's straight. Let's hold it up a little bit. There we go. I don't want to put that in just yet, though. Oh, God. Okay, so let's get the turret figured out here. This is going to be a little bit trickier because, actually what I'm going to do is we're going to have a couple pieces go in. Let me get this down first. Just make sure she lines up with the storm bolter mount there. Lines up. Then I'm just going to put a little bit of glue there. And a little bit of glue there because I left the mount free. There we go. Huh. Easy peasy. Let's just make sure. That's on there. Now we have our turret boxes. That gave it a little bit more battle tank feel. And actually that turret is fitting in there a little snug. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this mold line scraping tool from GW. And it's not going to work. Just kidding. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get my X-Acto. Clear a lot of that built up paint from the inside edge here. There's more paint in there than you would necessarily expect there to be. And it doesn't really take much to kind of gum up the works, but I don't want this to be as hard to push in. I don't want it to flop around, but see how much easier that was? Like it's not flopping around, but at the same time, like I'm not really having to apply a ton of pressure because that's when stuff breaks. So it looks like that is lined up like so, and then the last little bit. I'm actually going to clear some plastic for this so it adheres a little bit better. Okay. Wow. Look at that. That tank looks fucking cool. Hell yeah. Wow. That's awesome. Man, that's cool. Look at that thing. That is just a badass looking tank. Hell yeah. Now, last little... Alright, so that's some secret weapon dust, or, what is it? Burning sands, and, Absalon alkaline dust, and then Soilworks Terrain Fixer from Scale Color, the best pigment fixer in the biz. And be very careful with this. So I'm just going to get a little bit into the tracks here. Ooh, yeah, see. So a little bit into the tracks. I'm not getting crazy. I'm not going to do anything kind of super special. I want to keep my hands far, far away from this whole deal here. But it's important to do this to have it match the basing. And that way the tanks, which obviously don't have, or most of which don't have bases, then the tanks match up and integrate with the infantry and the other models in the army that do have bases. You can see that they have a shared environment. There we go. This is just getting some pigment in the tracks under here. Really, that's all I want to do. I do not want to push my luck with this. Because if that pigment flies up and hits something on the tank, it's going to stay there, and that part will be basically ruined, and I will probably cry. So let's avoid all of that, shall we? So we're just letting the capillary action pull the pigment fixer into the recesses, and then this stuff will be good. This stuff's not going to like fall off walking around with this pigment fixer. This stuff is the best. Always do this over a paper towel or a box top, or a paper towel in a box top. This stuff is nasty and will ruin your entire work area, your in-laws' carpet. Speaking from experience, I dropped a thing of rust pigment on my in-laws' carpet, and I think they got it steam cleaned 6 or 7 times and never ever came out. It was still like this little red area. All right, done. God, that was more nerve-wracking than it needed to be. Okay. Attach that. Good, good. Boom. Thank you for coming on this journey with me. Thank you for your support. That was, I think, one of the more technically difficult tanks I've painted, just because it's white, and that's really adds a lot of challenges to painting it. Not a lot of room for error, but man, is it worth it. Look at that thing. That thing just looks fucking cool. That is just a cool looking model. You know, better focus here. Look at that. Incredible. That looks so fucking cool. I'm so happy right now. I'm really, really happy that I have 5 more tanks to do for this army right now. Even though they're all going to take time, of course. But man, this thing's rad. This thing is just rad. So thank you again for everything. Thank you for your support. I hope you enjoyed the tutorial. I hope you found it useful. If you have any questions, please leave them below so everybody can see the answer. And I make it look easy. I make it look like, oh, hey, this stuff is all really quick. But it's because I have a lot of experience and it's repetition, blah, blah, blah. But it also just, the more you do Scorching, the easier it gets. The more you do pigments, the easier it gets. So, you know, take your time, practice, and ask questions and experiment. So thank you again. I'm overjoyed. I'm over the moon. This thing is super cool. I'm gonna go eat now. So so take care, be well, paint happy, take risks, practice, and as always, the Emperor protects.